Good morning. Good morning, all of you. Welcome back. Welcome back to the second day of the CLMS General Assembly. Please take your seats and then we can start. Yesterday we already had very interesting sessions on the more general framework, on the outlook of the CLMS and so on. Today we will concentrate more on the users. So that's good news for the ones who were looking for that information. And we will hear more from them. We will also interact with them in sessions later today. Before we start, I would like to ask again to switch your phone to silent mode, if possible, and be informed as well that this session is, or the event is being recorded and live streamed on YouTube. Now, we will start today with a presentation from Ines Marinosci. She is scientific researcher at the Italian Institute for Environmental Protection and Research, ISPRA. And Ines is a geologist with a master's in GIS and remote sensing. And she is also a key member of the IONET group focused on land system accounting and CLMS. And today, Ines will talk about the Italian contribution to land monitoring. Ines, floor is yours.
And good morning to everyone. I'm Ines Marinosci. Thank you for the presentation. And I would like to see some activities that ISPRA is going on land monitoring. Okay, this is a brief summary of what we will see, then a description of ISPRA, our institutes, then two use cases. The first is our Italian land cover, land use and ecosystem types maps. I will let you see an example of the integration of the CLMS data in our products. Then the Italian land consumption map, that is another use case based on Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2. Then some activities about networking and dissemination, and then the work in progress. ISPRA is the Italian Institute for Environmental Protection and Research and is a national focal point for the IONET network. And so coordinates the national flow of land cover data towards the European agency, and is the reference for all the data in Italy, and so is a contact point for all the local and administrative entities in Italy. And, but ISPRA is also part of a bigger network that is the National System for Environmental Protection that is formed from 21 territorial agencies. You can see all the agencies on the right of the slides, and that are 19 at the regional level and 2 at the provincial level. And ISPRA coordinates all these local agencies. In brief, our contribution to land monitoring activities. We have been involved in activities of validation and improvements of land use and land cover data, especially HRL and Korean land cover. And then we have been involved in the activities for the CLC Plus core, for the CLC Plus backbone. We produce land cover and land use data that derive from different sources and especially from CLMS data. And it's important to say that all our classification systems are defined in compliance with the Eagle model data. Now let's see the first use case about these products. This is, in brief, a scheme about our methodology for producing our land cover, land use, and ecosystem times maps. And as you can see, we, as input data, have used the Copernicus priority area monitoring. So we have used the coastal zones, riparian zones, and 2000 and urban atlas. Then we do a pre-processing phase in which also we convert the vectorial data to the raster data, because our output products are in raster format at 10 meters of resolution. And then we make a reclassification phase according to the Eagle model. And for the mixed classes, we use temporary code that then we reclassify. So we use a priority activity for the mosaic of all this data. And for gap filling, we use the current land cover. So when we have no data for the local data, Copernicus, or regional data, we use the current land cover data to fill the gap. And for mixed classes, we have used the CLC backbone, and also especially for the forest classes, but we have used also the fourth level of current land cover, because in Italy we have also the fourth level class for the forest class. And then we have used for the abiotic surfaces the land consumptions map. Then I will explain better about this map. So these are our output. As you can see, the reference here is based on the updating of the CLMS data. So we have 2012 and 2018. And this is so a part of the classification system. We think that it's very useful, the Eagle model, because we can use different land user and land cover classes. Then it's scalable, and then we can use it also for the existing data, but also for the new data. In the middle, you can see the component that we have used for our classification, and on the right, you can see our classification system for our national land cover map. Here is only an example to let you see how we integrate the data. We have riparian zones, then N2000, urban atlas, current land cover, and backbone. And in this slide, I think that you know very well, is a piece of the big Eagle matrix, some pieces in which you can see the component, the land cover, the characteristics that we have used for our maps. Here is a slide about a little comparison between current land cover and our national land cover map. And you can see the difference is basically about the minimum mapping unit. In fact, you can see in current land cover, you know, it's the 25 hectares, the minimum mapping unit. In our national land cover, we have a raster 10 meter of resolutions. This is another example of current land cover and national land cover map. And let's go on the other use case, that is our national land consumptions maps based on Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2, then and other very high resolution data when available. This is a scheme about our methodology. We produce the land consumptions map every year. It's a raster 10 meter of resolutions, and is based on the changes in land consumption between 1 year and the previous year. So we use a Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2, and we obviously make a pre-processing step at first with the semi-automatic classification in which we produce a preliminary map. And this preliminary map is photo-interpreted, and so we edited and we adjusted the polygon of changes and so on. Then there is the rasterization and validation, and before publishing, before producing the final version, we share our map with our local users that are at regional, provincial, and administrative level. So we receive from them the observation about some mistakes, omissions, commissions, and we correct these mistakes. And then at the end, we produce the final version of our map, and we derive a lot of indicators on land consumptions. This is our classification system, is on third level. You can see the first level is consumed land class 1 and class 2 non-consumed land. Then we have the second level, permanent consumed land, class 1-1, and reversible consumed land, class 1-2. And then we have thematic details at the third level. You can see the classes here. This is an example. The screenshot is on Rome. Here there is a zoom of our land consumption map and satellite images. And it's important to say that our definitions of land consumption are in line with the definition of the proposal for the European Directive on Soil Health. Here I have put three classes. On the left, you can see the definition of the proposal, and on the left, the definitions of ISPRA. And in fact, the unsealed soil for the proposal corresponds to our class 2, other surfaces not included in land consumption. Then we have the class sealed soil that corresponded to our class 1-1, sealed artificial surfaces. And then there is the class destroyed soil that corresponds to our class 1-2, non-sealed artificial surface. So this is very important for us to be in line with the new proposal of the directive on soil health. Here you can see the base concept of our land consumption map that, as I have just said, is based on the change of land consumptions. And it's important to identify these changes that are based on the existence of one of these two conditions that you see here. The first is the removal of pre-existing vegetation. That means there have been a change. And you can see it with the decrease of NDY, so Sentinel-2. And then the creation of new buildings. That means that there has been a consumption of land. You can see it with the increasing of backscatter, so Sentinel-1. With these two conditions, we elaborate, we analyze, and we create a layer of potential changes. And so we photo-interpret this map. Here you can see an example of the decrease of NDY between two years, year 1 and year 2. We use as a reference period the month between March and July, the period between March and July, because in Italy it's important for the vegetation. And so here you can see with the difference of NDY, we identify a change. And so we create this, on the left, this layer of potential changes. In blue, you can see the area in which we have identified the potential changes. And as you can see in the year 1, there was green. And in the year 2, there have been built something, but also in the green area where there is a potential change with medium probability, but there have been also, perhaps in the future, there will be built something. Now, something about our activities on networking, dissemination. On the left, there are a lot of reports of our land consumption map because, as I just said, we publish and realize this map every year. So we every year publish this report with all the analysis at national, regional, and local level. Then in the middle, there is a report that we made in 2018 in which we collected all the analysis about the current land cover because 2018 was the year of the last current land cover. And then on the right, this is a last report we published last month about our methodology that I have explained before in short words. It's a report. About also the dissemination, we have a geoportal in which you can see our data on land consumption. You can navigate on this portal. You can see maps. You can select indicators, images. As you can see, there is all the historical series of our land consumption maps that begins. We have 2006, 2012, 2015, and then every year. We have also EcoAtlante, is a bigger Atlante in which ISPRA publishes all the data for all domains, not only land. This is about transformation of territory, but we have land cover, we have the link also with Copernicus CLMS data, and land consumption, and so on. Our data are freely, you can download freely our data. There is a repository data access where we have land cover, land consumption. Here you can see, for example, the folder land cover in which we have the CLMS at the national level. So for the users who want to download, for example, coastal zones for Italy or a part of Italy, they can access very easily here in this repository access. About our other dissemination activities, ISPRA is involved in a lot of FPK projects. Now I will let you see only two of these. The first is this user uptake of Copernicus services for landscape and spatial planning stakeholders that is focused, other than the dissemination of CLMS data, also is focused on the landscape metrics, obviously based on the CLMS data. And at first we made a survey to the local users to know if they knew the data, land cover data at national, at European level. As you can see, our users know better the national data than the European data. And so it was very important, the results of this survey. In fact, we organized in this FPK project several workshops to our communities, to several communities. For example, these are news that we published on the FPK website project, yes. For example, we made a workshop to the rural network users, then to the statistical system at the ANCI assembly. ANCI is the group of local administrative entities in Italy. And then we present our activity at the ETE in Florence last November, where also Joanna was invited and presented. Also she. And then another info session, okay. The other FP Cup is the FP Cup for SMPA that is towards the National System for Environmental Protection, the 21 agency that I have said before in the first slide. The colored region that you can see are the regions that are interested in the land data, Copernicus, obviously. So in these regions, we are doing some workshop specific on CLMS data. On the left, you can see the day of in January, last January, where we presented this FP Cup, and here was invited also Lorenzo Solari and present the AGMS. Okay, just the last slides about our work in progress. In Italy, we have the NRPP, that is the an initiative, National Recovery and Resilience Plan. And the aim is to implement an end-to-end system based on obviously local user requirements. So there will be realized some services that are called the SVC service value chain for the several domains. And actually, we are in the phase 1, in the sense that have been produced the precursor product. Then we'll go on with the phase 2 and phase 3. And about the land domain, in this slide, you can see some environmental application. So these are some services that will be produced at national level. So you can see there is for environmental application, forest application, agriculture, because it's based on the user requirement. And this slide is just a little comparison about all this data that we have seen, in the sense that it's very important, the spatial resolution of the data, especially if we want to do analysis at the national level. But it's important also the update, and so we need a frequently updating of the data. In fact, for this reason, we update every year our land consumptions map, because our users ask for us for the update of the data. So it's very important. We want to stress this thing, that it's very important, spatial resolution and the update of frequency. And just some paper of our work. I finished, some link, and that is all in time.
Thank you so much, Ines. I think we have time for one question, if there are people who have a question. You're lucky. Okay, thanks. We go for an example at national European level to the more international context. And for that, I would like to welcome Sheikh Mbow, Director General at the Centre de Suivi Écologique in Senegal. And he works on drivers of land resource dynamics in various human ecological contexts, with contributions focused on climate impacts, land-based mitigation pathways, food security, land resource opportunities, all in semi-arid ecosystems. He will present for us a presentation from policies to livelihood. Please welcome Professor Sheikh.
Thank you, Chair. Next and previous. This is next, the middle one. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to be in the midst of Europe to talk about Africa. I think it's the right place, and we have the right people in the room. We have been thriving the center called Centre de Suivi Écologique, which I'm leading since 2.5 years, having been in different places in Kenya for the World Agroforestry Center, and United States for the START International Program, South Africa, Future Africa, you know it, and then back home to try to anchor some of the best science that we can grasp all around the world to serve the purpose of livelihood. So the title of my presentation is From Policies to Livelihood, as a way to showcase how Copernicus has helped transform the data collection and information gathering in our center. Just a few things about the center. That's a publicity time, which I've been offered to do, to talk about CSC. We went from a small project funded by the United Nations Office on the Sahel during the drought of the 70s and the 80s, so we exist since 40 years, to work in a small place which all of you know as one of the hotspots of desertification, which is the Ferlo in the Sahel. And from that very place to embrace a diversity of ecosystem and countries across Africa, we are serving the Pan-African purpose, mostly the West Africa footprint in terms of applying satellite data and the like. So from the small program we have been to the big international organization we became, we have been using extensively a host of satellite product from different places, and our collaboration with Europe has sparkled vivid activities on that very realm, which I'm gonna be pleased to share today. So in terms of the thematic scope of our work, I scheme up some few titles and themes that we work with on biodiversity, on coastal areas, and on health issues, on fishing, on agriculture, etc. And each of those thematic areas comes with a requirement of Earth observation. And when we talk about Earth observation, we don't only mention satellite-based product, we also mean a lot of ground truthing, ground data collection, and the like. So what does it help find in terms of outcome? The first iconic program that the CSC is portraying for the Senegalese government since the 40 years is the biomass mapping. Is to do bulletin regularly every 2 weeks during the growth season, which shows many things. First of all, the food security issues. Second, the caveats and the anomalies in biomass production. And this bulletin is used for many purposes, to plan for the livestock breeding and activities, but also the food security harmonized approach in West Africa, which is part of the FuseNet and other initiatives. So this product is something extremely useful, and we keep doing it. We have been getting help from European counterpart like Vito for many years using the NDVI. And we have, as you see, the black dots across the country, over 40 spots where we do ground biomass measurement to calibrate the NDVI or other vegetation indices that we receive from satellite. So this product to us is a real pride. So land productivity would help also support the need of information both for agriculture and for pastoral system, and to showcase during the dry season and the rainy season. And the dry season biomass is extremely important. Most of the work that we do, as you see from the previous presentation, is only trying to portray how the rainy season productivity is behaving. But the dry season productivity is very important for the Sahel. The few small trees that you have out there will constitute what we call tree fodder for the ruminants and the livestock, and help survive 9 months of dry season in the Sahel. And that is being shown here, how important it is to not ignore the dry season biomass productivity, particularly those trees and small grass remaining during the dry season to support the livestock and the herders during that very harsh period. We have also been very much involved. I was the one initiated with Copenhagen University, Rasmus van Scholt work, and our work in the Sahel for a very long time. The station, which is since 2001, I can say 23 years now, where we do ground-based productivity measurement 40 parameters every year on different aspects. And I introduce, for the sake of being more accurate, the calculation of biomass, tree biomass and grass biomass on the site. And this information has been extensively published in various journals, and people will come across with it. So this brings me to one important point when it comes to Africa, is a long-term survey. What we are missing is, having a consistent data collection over time, not just snapshots based on opportunities of data provided by various services produced outside of Africa, but to have in-house domestic approaches where you have long-term surveys and the data are being consistently used to support policymakers and local livelihoods. This is quite important. The other important thing you will see during my presentation is more about risk and opportunities. It's a diptych, risk and opportunities, which I'm coming to show you in here. This is a case study where what you call pink lake, many people know the Dakar-Paris race, which has been happening. That pink lake is the place where the Dakar-Paris would have been ended every year. And that pink lake is being completely destroyed. And that's a big asset which we're losing in terms of ecosystem liabilities because of the flooding that comes out of it. So what we have done is to use Google Earth Engine and Sentinel product to see how the static level of the lake has been over time. And you can see the increase of the surface, the increase of the water level, and the deletion of the salt that brings that pink lake to disappear. And this kind of information has led the Senegalese government to set a specific plan to preserve this. I just traveled when I was coming here, the mayor of the area, where we are trying to control urbanization around the lake to make a better use of that lake for the sake of the income that it generates in terms of tourist activity. And that is one example. And the other example, which is quite being known right now, is called Windu. In the Sahel, big rivers are important, water table are important, but the other source of water, which is equally important, is the small ephemeral water bodies, what we call water ponds. They last 2 months at maximum after the rainy season. And those small water bodies are, resolving for a large deal the need of water for local livestock for a big portion of the year. It needs a little bit of management, of profiling, of support for those small water bodies to be one of the assets that the Sahel would need to preserve to make the livestock survive. So we developed a service based on Sentinel data to characterize the water, the time the water stay on water pond during the dry season, and to get an information system to inform the headers where the water is. The big problem of transhumance is people are looking more for water than for fodder, and the water resources which are available in this area is not well known, and we have developed these services overall. Another application which is related to oil and gas extraction in the realm of climate change, a lot of discussion. Our interest was to see how much risk this oil and gas extraction would have on the coastal areas of Senegal if there is an oil spill. We have seen recently Tunisia when the oil spill happened in the Mediterranean. It was a big problem. And Senegal is exposed to the northern drift of the Atlantic Ocean coming from Spain, Canarias. And all the extraction sites are almost in the north of the country. That means if there is any oil spill, this oil will come on the coastal zone of Senegal. So we did the analysis which is related to the biological risk, to the socio-economic risk, and to the geomorphological risk. And the last map, as you can see on the right side, is an integrated risk map, which is now used by the marine security agencies to prevent, in terms of contingency plan, what would they have done if this kind of risk has happened. So we are in the anticipation. So we are not just waiting for problems to occur for this particular case. So what we try to do with Copernicus is to do some projection of risk and how that risk can be portrayed. So I can't just talk about Copernicus without talking about biodiversity and everything related to it. Seagrass mapping, which is extremely important for fish reproduction and the upwelling sites of the Atlantic Ocean. We depend a lot on the fish industry, and the fish stock is very related to seagrass quality. And the ocean is being polluted, the pH is being changed, phytoplankton has been changed. So mapping seagrass was something extremely critical in defining the profile of the Atlantic Ocean in the West Africa coastal zone in different countries. On the same realm, we are also working with the World Bank of the WACA program, West Africa Coastal Adaptation, to do a comprehensive wall-to-wall assessment of environmental conditions in all coastline in 12 countries from Mauritania to Sao Tome and Principe. And this goes to the master plan that the ECOWAS is implementing in West Africa to support a cohesive and integrated approach of coastal zone management. And I think this role that CSC is playing for West Africa is absolutely critical to bring the right information to the right decision makers to address the livelihood issues that we have on the ground. Brushing out a few other initiatives, this is what we call the Agroforestry Atlas, which is just starting. We do it with ZEF, a German research center, where we try to characterize the agroforest system. Agroforestry is extremely critical for food security and climate change. Banning trees in the African landscape is something very new in the African history. It has been, monocropping has been imported with colonial system. Multifunctional landscape was a normal practice of African, agriculturists. So bringing back this forgotten practice into the new solution pace that is being suggested to decision makers was the role that CSC has assigned himself with Sustain Sahel and other programs to move forward the knowledge related to the agroforest system as a resilient system of food production and the like. So now talking about trees, actually, this product, which is directly related to using Sentinel-1 and 2 product, is the tree cover mapping in Senegal. We have seen so many global products. I've discussed with most of you who are developing, global product on tree cover, but we need to zoom in countries, to zoom in local realities, to know how this pattern of tree cover is happening. And we have developed this methodology actually to characterize tree cover in Senegal. And not only that, to do correlation between tree cover and allometric models to derive biomass and carbon sequestration potential in the mitigation side. CSA is also, like my friends from RCMRD and others, ICPAC and the like, very much involved in the GMS in Africa. We developed 2 services, one on flooding, another one on wetland. I will focus on the wetland wetland example here, which showcase where the different cool spots, which is a concentration of livelihood and different practices for adaptation, are changing the social conditions of people in order to adapt to really encroaching climate change in many ways. So these wetland services is almost ready. The flooding services is almost ready. We still have 1 year to go for GMS, and we expect to deliver high-level product to the decision makers when it comes to wetland. On the segue, importantly, the soil in Africa are very fragile because of the weathering and different practices which, create carbon loss and fertility loss. We try to use the satellite areas satellite product to see how much soil fertility land do we have in terms of adapting crops and soil types in the country. And this work is also something quite useful. And we add to that something which is more and more quite instrumental, particularly on climate change, is the land tenure. The African soil are being hunted, literally, by rich private sector to create value addition for export crop. Africa is importing more food than exporting crops in terms of the trade balance between those two. And not knowing the land tenure system not making sure that we secure land tenure become a big risk for the country. When you think of climate change displacing a lot of people, when they come to new places, there is no more land for them. When you think of coastal erosion displacing hundreds of people away from coastal areas, where do they find the new land to develop their new livelihood? So we have a couple of GIZ programs which trying to sue the land system governance system, the land tenure governance system in place in the crossroad of land grabbing, of climate change, of private sector, of pushback of different stakeholders in order to see what's the real benefits of local communities in preserving their piece of land, which is their only asset to adapt to climate change. As we know, climate change is going to be a real issue in Africa. By doing that, we're also trying to see cost-effective solution, nature-based solution. Yesterday there was a great presentation on nature-based solution. And this very fragile ecosystem in the north of Senegal has been receiving one of our projects to stabilize the sand dune encroachment. And this was the beginning. And if I brought the images that show afterwards how people reclaimed some land for cropping, you will be amazed. And we're doing the same effort in the southern part, Jonwar, where most of the saline soil has been reclaimed in Jonwar, and we're doing the same effort in Fatick with the GCF Green Climate Fund money, $10 million to support the local communities to reclaim salty land in that area. But this needs evidence, and the evidence comes with satellite and ground truthing. Before I finish, I would like to quickly skim on one thing, which is one activity which was a pride of CSA is the Obopawo, Observatory of the Biodiversity in West Africa. I'm saying it because we are just recently selected by the European Commission as a center of excellence, a regional center of excellence on biodiversity. Many people know Obopawo here, mostly our colleagues from GSC, who has been helping tremendously with an invariable level of support. This initiative, and the initiative goes to the old network called Rampawo, which is anchored to the ECOWAS, to have data repository, data information system on biodiversity, and support local planning and government planning on biodiversity. So bear with us for the next 4 years, where we will implement the Regional Center of Excellence. I congratulate also RCMRD, who has been selected, and OFAC selected in the Central African part. So in terms of risk, very quickly, the risk of dry spells in the midst of the season, this is very important. You can see this very case in Senegal where dry spell has created very high risk of crop loss. We also the seasonal profile to select the best seeds that are adapted to the new, climate conditions. And there is another project coming on the seed quality for the type of profile, seasonal profile that we have right now. This work is being done. We are very much interested, I'm running against time, on flooding, not only in cities, but flooding on cropping land. You remember 2 years ago when in the Niger River there was flooding, most of the millet which was expected to feed the people was gone and wiped away by water. We are interested, and we have been doing this for 40 years, fire monitoring, fire impact, biomass destocking related to fire, and not the least, the erosion, which is extremely critical when particularly you destroy all the vegetation cover. What you can expect is really high soil land degradation in the ground. So all this information goes to policy, but also goes to livelihood. And we have developed a plan, a local methodology for planning climate change and all this product into the local planning and the needs of livelihood. Now to finish, CSC is exposed to an El Dorado. It's a diversity of data, but at the same time, we are completely overwhelmed with various services. So we need to be very picky, very selective, what type of data, what type of service is relevant, and help us move forward. This publications we did in water shows that we have more than 60 satellite product or services related to water in different kind, on different scale. So that's quite overwhelming, and I want to hand it to this submission to you that we need to target what the type of services that are relevant to Africa, not getting everything from the up north, and train our people on the very relevant services that we have on the ground. I thank you for your attention, and I hesitated to put the picture of me and Andreas. Now I put the picture of CSC for the sake of publicity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your very interesting presentation, for both interesting presentations, both at a different level. I would like to invite you now for the next session, which will be a feedback session, or better said, 3 feedback sessions, because you will be allowed or asked to split in different rooms. In this room, we have a session called Cloudification on the CLMS portfolio, related to CDSE and so on, organized by the EEA, JRC, and DEFIS. This one will be streamed, so for the followers online, you will see the session in this room. Then in Esperanza 1, that's the room just around the corner, we have a session chaired by EUSPA on CLMS from data to product. And then on the first floor of the building, so 1 floor down, in the Orlov 3 and 4 rooms, JRC is hosting a session from education to implementation, user stories from the global community. So up to you to choose which one you want to follow. I wish you a very interesting next session, and I would like to invite you all back here at 10:35 for the introduction of the marketplace, which will be the last session before lunchtime. Hello. For the people following this session, the one on cloudification, could you please take your seats? Because the presenters are eagerly awaiting to start their presentations. Okay? So then I hand over to you.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. Also from my side, my name is Matteo Mattiuzzi. I'm working for the European Environment Agency, and I'm there part of the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service team. I will do this presentation together with colleagues from the GRC, Daniel Cantar, and from DEFIS, and from the GRC, Simone Balbo, as this is a shared activity. All this has started with the name Copernicus Land Data Store about 1.5 years ago. We have implemented a concept node, we have implemented an internal and then a public user survey. But I would say the most important milestones were when GRC and EA decided to join this activity, which for users means that they can access the entire CLMS portfolio from one location in a harmonized way and using one and the same access tools. The second important milestones occurred in March of this year, where the CLMS decided to onboard to the CDSC, which for users means that they will be able to access CLMS data together with Sentinel data from one location and using also the same access services as CLMS, as Sentinel data. During this process, it quickly became evident that it's not only about selecting a proper data format or selecting the right data infrastructure for exposing our data, but the best product and the best infrastructure are useless if a user does not know that his or her application can be addressed by means of geospatial data. The best infrastructure and the best data are useless if a user does not know there is a CLMS product which potentially can address the question. The best data and infrastructure are useless if we do not manage to reduce the struggles that users have while they are trying to access and work with our data. From the survey that we made last year, the most rampant issues were that data is distributed across several unintegrated data pools. So we are talking about the need for federation. Data products and access mechanisms are not harmonized. Basically, depending on the data pool of the data, users need to go through different workflows to access the data. The stability, reliability, and robustness of cloud production environments, and then migrating the application to the cloud requires considerable investments in expertise. And there is a lack of well-conceived user onboarding mechanisms. And the last point were the uncompetitive pricing schemas. So the best infrastructure and products are wasted if we cannot make sure that users are put into the condition to work with our data. And every element in this chain is fundamental. If only one is missing or not properly addressed, the entire chain risks to collapse. We are talking about the importance of the FAIR principles, so findability of data, accessibility, interoperability, and reusability of data. But we are talking about solutions that are capable of really simplifying the journey of users to use our data. At the EA, we are working on a generative chatbot, which will allow users to inquire very specific and very detailed questions about data applications, as well as product details. So for instance, I need to monitor forest development in a given area. What products can I use? And then the chatbot will reply potential products. Users shall not be in the situation where they have to read 60 pages of of complex technical documents to understand a product. There we will have a chatbot which will simplify and provide accurate information at the level of detail that the user wants or needs. You can see here, I hope it's possible to read also from behind, an example. What snow monitoring data do Copernicus services provide? And the chatbot offers a list of products. The next question, you can go further. From where can I download these products? And the chatbot will reply you with the options where to download the data. And it goes even further. How can you provide me a script to download these products? For here the example, Antwerp, the past winter, to download fractional snow cover data. And the chatbot provides you with the code to access this data. Not yet. So this system works only for users that are already at knowing about CLMS, about Copernicus. But how can we reach those users that do not know about CLMS? And here we are working on methods on how to prepare, how to format, and how expose our technical documents in order to make them accessible to third-party chatbots. We want users that are working on other chatbots, inquiring in other chatbots, to be pointed at CLMS or at Copernicus data. For this prototype, we are now in the prototype phase doing internal testing, but we hope that by the end of this year we will have first working examples. Now let's go into, let's say, more the direct connection to cloudification. As you can see here, our data forecast for 2025 to 2028, we are now already beyond 1 terabyte of data, and in 2026 we will reach most probably the 2 petabytes of data. These data volumes need dedicated solutions, but it's not only about the volumes, it's also about the number of files. We are talking of many million files which need proper handling on the user side. So we will move our portfolio, all data, to cloud-optimized geodata. So we are talking for raster, most probably COG files, and for vector data, most probably GeoParquet files. We are in need of a proper cloud infrastructure, so a storage infrastructure which is scalable. And we are talking about S3, bucket storage, and object storage architectures. On metadata, we will continue with Inspire, but we will also implement the stack metadata to make our data findable and accessible to users. The back end will be centralized on the CDSC infrastructure, and the access services will be those provided by the CDSC, but we also have VKO and our land portal, which we will continue to serve. This onboarding is currently in process. We are now clarifying the operational details of this onboarding with the CDSC consortium and with DEFIS. The onboarding process comprises the migration of data from the current location to the CDSC, the conversion of the data into cloud-optimized geodata formats, the creation of the stack metadata, the integration of the CLMS portfolio to the CDSC services, so make our data accessible through the CDSC services, ensure the connectivity to the land portal and to the VKO. And the timeline for this is by the end of this year, we plan to have integrated our data, the global component products, and by the end of Q2 next year, also the pan-European and the priority area mapping products. With this, I'm pleased to invite Daniel for his part.
Many thanks, Matteo. Okay. So there is, I'd like to present you, of course, the CDSE. Matteo presented very important aspect of it. I will just look at the broad view. Started with vision. Vision, of course, that is proposed by our commissioner, Thierry Breton. He wants to have Copernicus to go for digital excellence. He wants that the data are indeed easily accessible and usable, but should be also, Copernicus should be also powerful data analytics tools, environment to attract new user, and in particular from non-space center. So the vision is important there, because when we are hearing Copernicus data space ecosystem, this is an overall, I would say more than concept, an overall reality going across Copernicus. It is to pull together all the infrastructure and the systems which are in Copernicus to reach this Copernicus data space ecosystem. One of the ways to do it, of course, an important one, is to build a platform that takes the name Copernicus Data Space Ecosystem. This part is taking the name of the whole thing. It's a metonymy. Anyway, we do understand that. We wanted to start first with building something that will be able to connect and to host others, to connect with other platforms which do exist. We have, of course, Wikio. We have all the other platforms which are in Copernicus. We wanted to have a possibility to provide services for the whole. And this is what is happening. You have a whole range of services in there. I would just put just one thing with an important one, which is a new one. There is a lot of those, and we'll go through it. Data traceability. That's a very interesting notion where you're on a platform with the Sentinel data, and you will be able to trace this Sentinel data. At the beginning, it is for on the platform, but then you could expand this system with traceability for further down the line of the use of the data. So we wanted to address challenges. We wanted to address the challenge of data access, instant access to all Sentinel data and the possibility to process it. We wanted to provide capacity also for AI, ML needs with GPU system. You have analysis-ready data which are provided. We wanted to solve, therefore, data processing, providing computing resources that will be able to process those immediately available Sentinel data. And for this, we provided also environment for processing. We wanted to solve the sharing of data, being able to provide to others the capacity to share their data, to process Sentinel data and provide service on top of it. Okay, the slide says, challenge solved. Is it really solved? Not quite. Why? To solve such an issue, you need users. You need that users are taking up the system, using it, putting their algorithm, their processing, and moving forward. Chaining on services on top of it. This will be at the point where we could say that the challenge are solved. This is a proposal, this is a solution which is built up for the uptake of users. In particular, of course, Copernicus services as users and the users of Copernicus services. So providing for the land community this platform, improve access to Copernicus data. We are also contributing missions. You know that Copernicus is procuring a lot of data, very high resolution data that are useful for the land services. There is, of course, new services to process easily the data. We are simplifying the handling of large scale. We are providing interoperable services with OpenAO. Just put a slide on it. And what matters as well is we are providing the tools and the hook to federate across platform. And we are going to do it across Copernicus. And beyond, of course, for all willing participants. So this is an example for OpenAO, where indeed you have an environment when you can put bricks, you put your algorithm together, you are able to process the data in this environment. You download the result, you visualize the result, and you publish your service if you want to, of course, in an algorithm piazza. You can do that, and then the virtuous circle goes on. You know that already there are services for global land cover and forest monitoring which are running on the CDSC and using OpenAO. So we want to find provide a real solution for the users. We want them to share their data sets, build services on top of the system, being able to serve their own users in their own name. And this is for the next speaker. Many thanks.
Is it on? Okay. Okay, my name is Simone Balbo and I work for GRC, and I work with data, so I'm very excited to actually see what is happening with the cloudification of the CLMS. So I would like to thank Matteo and Daniel for their presentation, and I would like to actually give the word to you. This session is thought to be a feedback session, so we would like to have your voice to understand what is your feeling about the cloudification. This occasion is actually the first official time in which we the service declared the onboarding of the service into the CDSC. So this could be already for you a real, give you the possibility to have a feedback. So in order to facilitate, so now we have 15 minutes left. So I prepared a few points that could start a discussion. We would like to see potentially feedback on these points that we go through, and the presenters are here. I will be also here, and also my colleagues from GRC are in the room, and we can have some exchanges on, for instance, what means the cloudification for you, and this concept of bring users to data. We would like to have your reaction on what a single point of access for CLMS data, and also together with the sentinels in one single place, and together with the data from other Copernicus services could mean for you. Another point is the seamless accessibility. So we talked about the CDSC as a platform. There are other platforms, Wikeo, for instance, the Destiny. We would like to have a seamless accessibility of all the CLMS data from all these platforms. If you want, then we can go in details about data formats, that we will use. Matteo introduced a bit of those. For the standard data format standardized for the full portfolio. And then we may understand from your point of view whether a transition period is needed from one system from the current system to the future system. And then we can go in details about standard and services for visualization, access, and download in brackets, because with this system, in theory, we will not need to download data anymore. Other specific services, WNTS, etc., whatever is in need for you, and other accessory services like script, authoritative script from the CLMS, for instance, Jupyter notebooks, and other potential services. And finally, about processing services for analysis and generation on added value products. So now the word to you. Who wants to start? Is there any? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for this opportunity and nice presentation. I have a question about the first point, bring users to the data. So, and like to discuss or brainstorm about how to bring, like you mentioned before, bring new users to CDSE. CDSE is an amazing opportunity and a nice initiative. It's a great potential, but how can we reach out to new users, people who don't know CDSE yet? What are the options and how can we improve year by year on this point?
I could start, and then maybe better Daniel on the CDSE. Would you like to, how to bring users to the CDSE?
Thank you very much. There is really two aspects in this. I would say the institutional users, and then the more commercial users. So if I can start with institutional users, this is very interesting because when you see already the Commission services having interaction with each member states in each of the sector which are using, could be used Earth observation data and information. If I take an example, of course, we all know the IMS, the CAP monitoring system. It is decentralized in different member states. Such a platform provides to those paying agencies the capacity to process the data, and we have a scheme for that. We have tools, and with the support of the GRC, there is a suite of tools which are already from the DIASIS and that they have been important in the CDSE. If you take another important user, which is Eurostat, using Earth observation and geographic information in general, this is key, and it's reaching out to different member states, bringing those in a public service, because in the CDSE we want to serve public service as well, being able to provide those services so that in confidence they can use the tools. It takes a demonstration, and we know that we have capacities to ease the process of analyzing data, to show with demonstration how easy it is to already extract important information from the data, thanks to the service provider that we have in the CDSE, like, of course, Vito, Peneo, Synergize, with their suite of tools. It's very important that those users not used to see immediately how to extract by either a click of mouse already, or being able to put up together for the ones that are more advanced, put easily together processing chains to process the data. Those are for, I would say, public user, and we try to move as much as possible. Putting very high resolution data could help also, because we have negotiated those licenses for providing to all the public authority in the EU to be able to use those data, process those data as well. On the private side, there we have, of course, a different approach. We are really counting on the consortium to be able to provide services to users and other users. Further than that, we have USPA. USPA, the space agency, is also and is looking a lot into the exploitation, commercial use of those platforms and the space data in general. So USPA is very active. It has been very active with Galileo GNSS, and we progressively, of course, they are being very active also in this field. So we are moving in all directions. And we really want to reach out. We see the need in member states already to be able to share Sentinel data, maybe avoid too many duplication, but we are also looking at providing access to other huge data sets which exist, are coming from different. We are thinking about the US, of course, and the burden of providing capacity to process it immediately, rapidly, is something that we can share with member states, and that's why we are engaging, we'll engage with third platform to be able to federate and connect. And OpenAO, there is a great hope that indeed OpenAO is an excellent tool to move ahead. We have the capacity now to be able to connect, federate, and move ahead in different ways with the platform and being part of an overall picture for the exploitation of Earth observation data.
Matteo, would you like to add anything to this, how to bring users to this CDSE? Okay. We have 2 questions and then 1 question online. So.
Let me jump.
Hello, my name is Christian Schleicher from GeoWill Company. Thanks for this interesting presentation and information. I would have a question to the seamless accessibility, and I would like to enhance that also with interoperability. How you can ensure actually to engage with other cloud infrastructures, data lakes. Maybe the CLDS might not provide every data source you would like to access, and the CDSE is not the processing platform you would like to use. How you can ensure that other services, cloud infrastructures, data lakes can be seamlessly accessible and can be used.
Thanks. I think the question is very interesting. I don't have a direct answer. I think what we have at this moment is an objective, at least from the CLMS. This is something that is way bigger than CLMS. So maybe Daniel or dealing with CDSE can have a...
Thank you. And this is really indeed a key question. From Matteo's presentation, there was a lot of elements in there on the different formats that are used for the different services. If you take for discovery, where you are putting forward stack, for example, and we see that this is used now across the border, not by everybody, but more and more, and the fact that it's so much use taking up, and the flexibility of the tools allow for a lot of users to find their way in the stack metadata system. It's really key to be able to find the data when you are federating with others. If we are going into access, of course, there are other ways. I mentioned OpenAO, which is really a tool that is made for that, abstracting the protocol to access the data to process it. So it is a cross-platform system, and we do see that OpenAO is more and more adopted. For example, Destiny Data Lake use OpenAO. We are discussing with DLR, with EUDC. They are using OpenAO as well. They are part of it since the origin. So on the institutional side, if you want to connect, you see that there is really a push for this, and we are welcoming this. That means, of course, also as those systems need to be further developed as an open source solution, that the pool of users and developers is bigger, and this is an excellent way to move ahead.
We have another question.
Muriel Lux from Mercator Ocean International, also representing Copernicus Marine Service. I have a question regarding the second point, the single access point. The single access point, yes, for the access to the CLMS data and Sentinel and other Copernicus service. WCAO is already providing this kind of access. So my question is, why don't we put more efforts on the improvement of WCAO with more services for the users and so on? And why we prefer to develop something apart?
I can start with partially replying to this. I think the question is to some extent justified, or it's justified question. Particularly the EA is part of the WCAO 4-partite agreement, and I think the strengths of WCAO is that the services are gathering around, so the provision of products, of usable products are gathering around this WCAO initiative. When it comes to data, I would like to see the two layers, so the data lake and the data services as being something a bit independent. So when it comes to data, I think it's important that we are agreeing on the access standards, that we are trying to put the data, aggregate the data together in one location, while at the same time enhancing the federation to external pools. I think we will never be in the situation where we will have one big pool that makes everybody happy. And on the services, I also think that there will never be one solution which makes everybody happy. So I think it's important to, on one side, consolidate, but on the other side also favor a larger landscapes of solutions.
I think here comes the bigger picture. What I was saying about the Copernicus data space ecosystem is across Copernicus. There are principle, and we are discussing principle and building principle. Principle is that the recognition of all who are providing their data, all the entities, providing their data to be recognized as the generator of the entities and being responsible for the data they are providing in the system. That they are reachable by other, that the capacity to exploit those data are ensured, easily findable, processable, and that services can be provided on top of infrastructure which is provided. Beyond that, it's a question of adjustment and evolution, co-evolution towards those systems. We have new tools with the part, Copernicus Data Space Ecosystem as a platform, and WCAO do exist. And there is evolution, a lot of evolution also, and we see in parallel, of course, with Destiny Data Lake, which is also using those systems. So at the moment we are moving, and we are moving in the same direction. The landscape is changing. What will not change are the principles on which we need to build up this Copernicus data space ecosystem.
Yeah, I'm looking at Tim to understand if we still have time for one question. One. Okay, we have one more question from the audience.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is, one of my name, Stefan Arnold. I'm from the Eagle Group, so that you know where to put me. The question is, do you also consider to install a mechanism to make a semantic connection between the products and services that you plan to offer in this platform? Because so far we're speaking, if I understand correct, about technical connectivity between satellite data and trusted data and seamless access of products. But when then people not only want to download and process the data, but also understand the content of the data and compare different data sources with each other and integrate them into their own processes, it comes to the semantic comparability between those data sets and information in those data. Do you also consider this as a mechanism to be installed in a later step?
You're referring to the chatbot assistant, basic, where you can semantically inquire the product information. But and you are now asking if that can be done also at the level of data analysis. Do I understand your your question correctly?
I'm referring to the CLC Plus platform, where with this Eagle data model, we can describe content of data with certain landscape elements, to say it simply. But do you plan to also install such a mechanism here on this platform?
So the CLC Plus platform will be hosted on the CDSC, and it will deploy and operate from there. Yes, that's a short answer.
Yeah. So we finished the time available for this session. So I know there are a few more questions from the audience. There is at least one question online. We will type the answer later, and I will invite you to ask your question at the coffee break. But before moving to the coffee break, I hand the microphone to Tim for information about the next steps. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks a lot, and thanks for our three speakers. No, I just wanted to inform you that we have a coffee break shortly. But before that, I would like to introduce you to the marketplace, where you also can ask your questions, because these experts will be there as well. We have a marketplace because on the market you have products and there is a lot of shouting. We will not have the shouting, but we do have the products at least. So you can go to all the experts explaining their products and ask all the long-awaited questions that you have for a long time. The marketplace session will start at 11:10. And this session will take place in Esperanza 1. That's where the USPA session now just took place. So that's here around the corner to your right and to your right again. After the marketplace, we break for lunch. And at 2 o'clock, we resume here in the main room. So see you at 11:10 in Esperanza, and 2 o'clock here in the main room. And for the online followers as well, see you at 2 o'clock here in the main room. Have a nice coffee, have a nice marketplace session, and have a nice lunch break. Good afternoon. Welcome back, everyone, or please enter the room if you're hearing me and you're still outside, so that we can start again with this afternoon session, the last part of the real General Assembly. So welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I did in any case. And you had some time to recharge. We are now starting this afternoon session with the thematic hubs. And I will not go in detail, but I will introduce to you Ushoe Donesar, who is still the lead for CLMS from the EEA. And I will give the floor to you, Ushoe.
Thank you, Tim. I like still the lead, so nothing changed since yesterday. Gratefully, it would have been a surprise for me as well. So we are going to have a session on thematic hubs, and it's also especially interesting for us because it shows the collaboration we have with other entrusted entities. So I would like to call my colleagues from ECMWF and Mercator Ocean to join me here on stage. So maybe if you could come here. Maybe if you can take that one, I guess, that microphone. Okay. So these are our colleagues from ECMWF and from Mercator Ocean, Julie and Muriel. I will let them first introduce themselves and we will go then with the presentation. So please, Julie, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everybody. I'm Julie Letert, working at ECMWF, and I'm the coordinatrix of the Health and Energy Hub at ECMWF.
Okay, thank you. Muriel?
Good afternoon. I'm Muriel Lux from Mercator Ocean International, and I'm coordinating the Arctic and coastal thematic hubs.
Okay. We are especially grateful because Muriel is here and she's actually not attending the General Assembly of the CLMS because she's here. So thank you very much. So we can start now. We will have a short presentation by each of the entities first on the thematic hubs, and then we can have a round of questions. So please, Julie.
Okay, thank you very much. So I guess, so at ECMWF, as you may know, we have two of the services. We have the CAMP services on the atmosphere component and the C3S service on the climate change. So as these two services, we have been mandated by the European Commission to develop the health hub for CAMPs and the energy hub for C3S. I've already did that. So what is the health hub? So in first place, we have received this demand from the European Commission to work on health, and we were wondering what was health. So we decided to take the WHO definition, which means we decided to work on physical health, well-being, and mental health. For well-being, we've decided to work only on one of the two components, because well-being has two components. One is the environment, and that is part of what we are doing in Copernicus. The second is on the social economic condition, and that is something where we don't have any data. So the hubs are taking components from all the services, and is what we've tried to do in first place. We have done a mapping of the different services, but not only, we also took the data from ESA and EUMETSAT, and we tried to see how that match with the users, and we have a list on the right side, all the different users we can have in the sector of health. And we try to find what information are relevant specifically for this sector. We, in parallel, have done the energy hub. So for the energy, we decided to go to the Oxford Dictionary. And we looked at the definition, and actually you can see that in the definition you're talking about renewable energy, about storage and consumption of the energy, the non-renewable energy, and also the transmission and distribution. So energy is quite a vast domain. We decided to stop and not to go to raw material because that is another domain. And same happens there. We have done a mapping of the different components in the different services of what can be useful for the energy sector, and we have tried to map with the different users that are important. We've decided for each case, for health and energy, to have the support of some key stakeholders, because we are not health professional, we are not energy professional. So we have a limitation in our knowledge. So we have decided for each component to take the support of 4 specialists of the domain that can help us to build our hubs in the way that is helping the users. We also have made that really a step forward is to try to use the right lexicology. We are environmentalists, climatologists, working on different aspects of health, but we are not health professional. And actually, as a little example that will make relevant for you, one day I had someone from the health sector told me that why you have different 2 meters temperature. When I take my thermometer, I just take 1 temperature. And we can see what is the difference between our language and their own language. And is where the difficulty is happening. And I'll leave the floor now.
Okay, thank you very much, Julie. We will leave the questions for after the presentation. Now I would like, let's see if we can have your presentation also in the let's see, maybe if you push it, maybe it's there. Yeah, and now it comes to the next one. Yeah, that's it.
Is it working? Yeah. Okay, so I have a very, very short presentation to showcase the usefulness of the Arctic and Coastal Hub. Actually, within the same philosophy as Julie just described for the health and energy, we have been asked by the European Commission to facilitate the user journey for a thematic approach. Actually, the Copernicus services includes many data about many parameters, information, and for specific users in particular sectors, it's very difficult to know which product is fit for purpose for a particular application. So the idea of the thematic hub was to facilitate the selection of fit-for-purpose data for particular application. So at Mercator Ocean International, we have been in charge of developing the Coastal Hub and the Arctic Hub. So this is an overview of the Coastal Hub webpage. The Coastal Hub are dedicated to coastal zones in Europe for the moment. This is a proof of concept thematic hub. We have access to the data through the full catalog of the different Copernicus service products dedicated to coastal zone, the much more appropriate product for the coastal zone. And we have a visualization tool to explore this data when they are visualizable. And we have also a page with example of use cases to showcase how these different products can be used and combined. Some of our use case use both data from the land and from the marine or from C3S. So this is quite interesting. And we have now launched a call for tender to foster the user engagement, and we could try to support the development of new use case for the coastal and the Arctic hub. So we are in the review process, and we will select six projects in the following weeks, and they will start in July. So this is for the an overview for the Coastal Hub. So you can see here that if you click on the data access, you reach on the right a page with the list of all the catalogs. You can filter this catalog per service or per variables or per area. So it's quite easy for the user to navigate in this portfolio, and you can access the documentation as well, so having some details about the product. And you can also, what is very interesting in the Coastal and Arctic Hub is that we are based on the WCAO infrastructure, meaning that there is no duplication of the data. We are directly plugged onto the different Copernicus service, so every update is automatic. So this was the page for the Coastal Hub, and I don't know if, yeah. And this is the page for the Arctic Hub. So what we did here for the Arctic Hub, the same philosophy. The presentation is quite the same. We have this access to the data via a visualization tool. We have also, in the use cases, we have arranged the data, the use case following according to different subtopics, because Arctic is a vast problem, a vast domain of study. So we have defined three main topics: the climate change, the safety, and the sustainability, to be linked to the EU Arctic policy that asks to the European member states to do something to preserve, protect, but also to have a blue economy in the Arctic. So, and that's it. Yes, I just want to mention that both of these hubs benefits from user support. If a user asks for guidance, can be.
Okay, thank you very much to both of you. And I would actually, we are now going, I will ask some questions to them. But before asking questions to you, I would actually like to invite Tefis to come here, because the first question is for you. So we are at DEA. So DEA is included in our contribution agreement is the development of a thematic hubs on biodiversity. The GRC is also working on a development on thematic hub on international partnerships. I would like to ask, but we are still not, we haven't started yet. I would like to ask first to Tim, how do you envisage, how does DEFIS think or see the future of thematic hubs in Copernicus 3.0? So in the future, and what would be the main goals or the framework for their development?
That's an extremely good question. I have the impression that I get all the difficult questions here. I'll try to put you on the way, but I don't have a fully fledged black and white answer there. And it's not only Copernicus 3.0, so in the next MFF starting from 2028, but already now. We still have 3 and even more years to go, where we also have to decide what do we do with the next thematic hubs. So what's the baseline? Where do we agree that the thematic hub is a single entry point for a specific theme, specific policy or geographical area, which is preferably linked with one of the EU policies. That's certainly sure for the 4 hubs that you just got presented already. And that you can go there to access the data, to access the products that are generated by the services and by the components. But the important thing there is that this is a kind of entry portal, a kind of light structure. And a word that I heard recently and that I like very much is they are gentle organizers of data. And that's something that we, in DEFIS, we really want to keep pushing. So these thematic hubs are not new services, and they will, that's how it's seen now, they will never become new services in the future, but they will be a kind of portal to things that we already offer. And as you know, we offer a lot, not only the land service, but also the other Copernicus services and components. So there is a wealth of data and products. These thematic hubs are light structures, are gentle organizers to direct the users to a certain, to data and products that they're interested in. So we have the 4 hubs now. More hubs could be coming. Even there, it's still under discussion now which would be the next thematic hubs. There are many candidates. As you said, there is the biodiversity, the international partnerships. I've heard about cultural heritage, which could be a thematic hub. Food security, the Polar Hub, or Polar Hub could maybe be a combination with the Arctic Hub. It's still being thought of. But how this then, in the next step, how it will be finally included in the next MFF, in Copernicus 3.0, that is still very much under discussion. And it's not sure whether that will become a more important thing, whether it will change a lot. There, we really need your input from users, from experts. Did we do with these hubs what was intended? Is it indeed easier to access data on a certain topic? Did we fill the gap? We also have to make the conclusion about the cost. So what is the cost of the thematic hubs? Is it sustainable or not? And so on. So we have some homework to do before we go in the next MFF, and it is certainly now the moment to think about it and to discuss in more detail where we want to go with the hubs. But what I want to conclude is they will not go away, because it's a very good solution.
Okay, thank you very much for that very clear message, last message. So since you already talked about the users and how are they perceiving these thematic hubs that are already existing, I would like to ask first, I would like to ask Muriel on what was actually the process you followed to gather the user requirements. If you would have any lessons learned that you would change in the future if needed, or do you think that, and how are you, if you are at all assessing the impact that these thematic hubs are having?
Actually, the user requirement process was done before the launch of the hubs. We have been asked why there were so many portals to access data, for example, regarding the land-sea interaction. You need land and you need marine data. And so these thematic hubs were a solution, having all the data at the same place. But this was already done in WCAO. But in WCAO, people told us, but there is so many, I don't know which one is the better for me. So we have a process to collect feedback when we are having presentation, promotion, training. We present the hubs and we collect the feedback immediately. But we have a much more long-term process to during our annual survey, we ask questions, and this will take more time to analyze and so on. But for the moment, the main feedback we have is that it facilitates the access because the portfolio is reduced, and and fit for purpose. This is the main. And in the thematic hubs, compared to the main portals of the Copernicus service, the information is very short. You have links to find the big information, but all the description of the thematics of the data are very short, so that you're not completely submerged by information and details.
Okay, So it's actually, it's much more easy to find all the products related to a given topic, which was the purpose, of course.
Yes.
But that's what also users are understanding.
Yes, and I think that if the users are interested in more products, it's like a teaser of a movie. If finally the user is also interested by other thematics, they say, oh yes, but this service provides also other kind of information. So it's a very a new entry point, a thematic entry point, but the marketplace is the same.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, and for you, for ECMWF?
So, as I mentioned before, what we've noticed the difficulty for the sector we has been in charge is really understanding what we are meaning. And that is another, so also collecting data, putting them together is really important. And that is really a strong request we got since many years. But it's not only that, it's also be able to talk to the person, understand what they need and what they mean. And it's true that every services collect user requirement, but as Muriel just mentioned before, now they're having a call of use cases to kind of join services. And that is also a new strength coming from the thematic hub, that we are working cross services and not only services per services. As that was also an important information for the user. But talking the right vocabulary, talking in a way that the user can understand is really important. And that is something we shouldn't neglect, because most of users arrive, they see a weird name, like with ton of vocabulary, they're like, oh my God, what's that about? I don't understand what it means. And sometimes just reformulate slightly helps them to say, exactly what I need, actually. So, and also the last bit, what also Muriel mentioned with the use cases we're all presenting, we're having user story, is also inspirational for the user. And actually that also increase the portfolio of users, because they get like, oh, they've done this study that remind me that I have something equivalent I would like to do, or something further I would like to do.
Well, actually, that's a very interesting point, because I just had and I think she's around here, I just had a conversation with a representative from Czech Republic, and she was exactly asking me if we would have use cases on that area that would be very helpful to get other users to use it. So it's like very, very important, yeah. And for you, for ECMWF, so even if you are a single entity with 2 thematic hubs, you are actually, each of them is managed by a different Copernicus service. So I don't know if that has entailed another challenge on top of the other one, or if it's, in your experience, it was actually easier. But because I think that probably your users, your focus users, were different in both cases.
So I will say that actually I found myself as an advantage, because we already had several use cases, joint services, cross-activity services. So actually for us it was a strength, because we're already doing this kind of cross activities time to time. So, and having already the data and be able to talk to the expert just going to next door was already a strength for build up the idea in our mind. And after that, you feel more confident to go to the other services and know exactly what can be approached, because you're already used to talk different language for the different services. So I would say in our case, I think it was much more a strength than a challenge.
Yeah, I can imagine. And for Mercator Ocean, what were the main challenges you faced when you started developing your own thematic hubs?
I think it was the understanding of the other Copernicus portfolios, because finally, even if we discussed a lot with the different interested entities, for me, it was necessary to propose the other service my selection of product. I think it. So I spent a lot of time exploring the different portals to understand what, and for me now it's a strength, because now I can promote the product from the other service as well. And I think this is a key, because it opened my mind towards new application or towards new collaboration. So I think it was quite challenging at the beginning because I'm not an expert of the atmosphere or of the land, but now I have not an expert's vision, but I have a quite well overview of what is done in the other services.
Yeah, I guess then if you would have to say something is that one of the added values of the process was getting this cross-cutting knowledge, I understand, which is also very important, and from my personal point of view, and maybe also from yours as well, one of the added values is this cross-entity collaboration, because in that way you need to get out from the silo. It's not that we are working on silos, but it's true that sometimes we focus too much on our topic. But I don't know if you would like to elaborate on that.
Yes, maybe just with a little example. We are quite involved in the maritime spatial planning affairs, I would say. So we would like that Copernicus Marine serve this policy, the maritime spatial planning, but our data is not enough. We need to have information regarding the coastal land and the air quality, and everything counts. Everything is connected. And beyond the idea of existing data, I think that we have to improve our data, taking into account the information we can take from the other services. For example, from the land, we can talk about hydrology. If we have better hydrology information, we can improve the sources, the land sea continuum. So yes, I think scientifically and yeah, this is a good asset.
Yeah. And from your point of view, Julie?
Yeah, I join Muriel on that point. Like we had exactly the same, for example, for the mental health was a big discussion, and we need more green space in the city. And so, perfect, we look at the land coverage. But then we realize that, more green land means more vector-borne disease. Yeah. So that brings disease instead. And then you start to think, well, yeah, but green space is less pollution. And then you start to have most of the service coming all together relative to just one question. And actually, that is a good example on how is a real application of all the services together. They should work.
Okay, very interesting. And I would also like to, since as I said before, we are starting the process of developing our own thematic hub, and I guess that you learned a lot in the way to your launch of your own thematic hubs. It would be very interesting if you would be able to share any recommendations or lessons learned that you have of the process itself.
My first point would be that it has been facilitated by the use of the Wikio infrastructure, because we had to start from this and select the data and the product from this platform. So for us, it was like not starting from scratch, but having an infrastructure. So my advice would be to use Wikio to start.
And for me, it would be to discuss with the user, like having the advisory board like we've developed. It was such a key for us, because it's really nice to develop all this catalog and nice portal and everything you want, but if actually it doesn't speak to the user, you have just created another portal. Yeah. Just one more on the market, and it's not useful. So first, try to find the right person, key stakeholder, and have them involved on the creation.
And in your cases, these advisory boards, what type of organizations were represented on them?
So, for example, for health, we have WHO, WMO Europe, we have Lancet Condon, we have EA with the Health Observatory, and I'm forgetting someone, and DG Santé.
Okay, yeah, that's quite a board indeed. Okay, and now just to finish, and before I can open the floor for questions, any other questions that you might have. I would like to ask you if you can, if your entities are thinking of developing other thematic hubs still within this MFF, or if not thinking in the sense that it has been, some ideas have been already been floating around, or you are just not going to do it until?
For the moment, I have no information about new thematic hubs. Maybe the extension of the Arctic to the polar, but not new thematic hubs, as far as I know.
Okay.
And we haven't been mandated of other either, but in parallel, we're still working on collecting anyway user by sectors. So we're always collecting information sectorally, and we are ready for any creation of new hub to participate and give the knowledge we have on these different sectors.
Yeah, that's also important. Well, we at this point, we indeed in our agreement included the biodiversity thematic hub, and we got the input from the KCO deep dive from the Knowledge Center for Earth Observation from the GRC on biodiversity, but it's still a work in progress, I have to say now, because also he's here. I cannot say that it's not work in progress, but it's work in progress, of course, and we're still working on it, trying to assess the stakeholders, because actually what Julie said, we need to have the proper advisory board and the proper people on board. And now I would like to give the floor to any other questions that you might have on from the public. Joanna, yes? No, don't worry.
Thanks. We received a question online about WMS services connected to the thematic hubs. Is that a thing, WMS services? Sorry. Web mapping services for an easier download?
So what is the question? If we have web map services? Oh, yes, exactly. We have, not all products are available through web, the WMS, yes. But this is still an ongoing task. I think that there is a huge work to be done still in ECMWF, but it's an ongoing task.
Yes, for our case, we decided not to really want to duplicate what is happening. So we've decided that, as it was mentioned by the European Commission, that is a light entry point. So we don't want to duplicate what is already existing. So we have taken the choice to not make a map that is and in CAM's website and in the Health Hub website and on the energy website. We prefer to refer the person to the right place to find once the information they need.
Okay. Any other question? I see there. I can just go down and give the microphone, and hopefully not fall down in the meantime.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. We had yesterday a presentation about the water force roadmap and so on, and we heard of the requirement of a thematic hub for water, inland water, or some kind of advanced thematic hub to come a bit closer to a service. Are there any plans on that? A question to Tim, maybe?
Difficult one again. That's exactly the thing I referred to when we also want to gather user input. So the list of the next thing for thematic hubs is definitely not finalized. And if we see that the need for inland water is very high, then certainly we will put that high on the list as one of the next candidates, yes. But as I said before, we're still very much in a discussion phase now. So I have no concrete dates or concrete next steps, only that we very much appreciate input like this.
I already have the microphone, thank you. I understand so far that these thematic hubs are
gentle organizers, or what you said before, Tim, and that they just bring together data that or products that have been produced already by the services. But what I could imagine is that in the course of time, you will see that there are user needs coming through these hubs, where health users, for example, say, yeah, but what I would really prefer is this and that. Will you have a mechanism to then take up these user needs and actually develop new products also as a follow-up of these hubs?
Yes, for sure. And more we have user feedback and needs, expression of needs, more we are happy, because we collect this. We have a process to analyze the needs. And we have also a champion user advisory group that help us in that direction. And for us, it is the key. It's not a techno-push process. And if in the future some information is missing, or the presentation or indicators or variable are missing, it would be nice to know it and to report it to each of the Copernicus service to say, hey, you have the job to do.
Yes, we are collecting, so each services, as I mentioned before, they have already their user requirement database, so we are feeding back. We also make the link with the users, so we had some requests in the past from EA Health Observatory, and we link them to marine, to emergency, and to back in house, but to land. So we have different mechanisms to put in place to link what has the user, but we try also to feed back to the user because sometimes, unfortunately, some requirements are not possible to do, like health sector would love to have Excel file. Let's be honest, in our world, Excel file is not really practical. So sometimes we have to also feedback and say, actually it's impossible, but let's try to find a compromise. And also you have 4 services, but cross services, and then we start to discuss together to see how we can do something together.
In that sense, I would like to add as well that initiatives such as the focus teams that we will have in the frame of the National Collaboration Program could also help identifying those gaps in the thematic hubs, because it is a direct conversation with users on a specific topic, and that is potentially also a source for further development. I saw some hand raising around there, but not anymore. So maybe the question that was there, not anymore. Okay.
Just showing some user ignorance here, but there's an interesting bullet point on the screen here at the bottom. There's a dedicated user support. Now, what should I, as a user, expect from the dedicated user support, and how do I access it?
There is kind of a messenger. You can ask directly from the platform, ask your question. We have a first level of a kind of chatbot that answer you depending on the frequently asked question and try to orient you towards the good answer. But we have people behind, and these people, if the question is more complex, can help you. So if they can answer you directly because they have the information, they answer you. If the question is really focused, very technical, and must be addressed to the different Copernicus services, we have the second level of we transfer the question to the Copernicus service in charge.
Okay, any other questions from the public? If not, we will end earlier, but okay. Okay, then we leave it here. I want really to thank both of you for being here. It is always a pleasure to have you on board. Thank you very much.
Okay, then we move to our next session, which is one of these sprint sessions again, because I will invite again 10 speakers to the floor to have a very short, let me see if I can find the slides, to have a very short presentation of their poster. Do we have the slides ready? Okay. So, the next poster session is coming up. Feel free to go and talk to the people in the place where you have seen the posters already. And just to have a quick introduction, I have the first speaker here, Daniela Yasilio, from about landslides and EGMS.
Thanks a lot. Reticus Safeway is a product for the predictive maintenance of linear infrastructure such as roads and railway based on permanent scatter techniques. We developed the prototype of this product under an Horizon project, and now under the program Innovation for Downstream funded by the Italian Space Agency, we are developing the complete system where we integrated a module that includes the data coming for the European Ground Motion Service and a module for the land cover change. And during this year, we will also organize some promotional and dissemination event to present this new product.
Thanks a lot. Thanks. And then as the next speaker, we have Jeff Smith from Specto Natura on the CLMS grassland.
Thank you. Not quite CLMS grassland. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is EU Grassland Watch. So this is a service we're developing for DG Environment. And anyone here who's been out and seen grasslands, they can be very complex and very different situations. They're very important in terms of biodiversity and other ecosystem services. And obviously, in the case of agriculture, they're very important for pasture farming. So as you can see in this image here, the whole range of grasslands present there, from very managed grasslands all the way through to natural grasslands on the hilltops around. So what we've done is developed a service which is based on the Natura 2000 sites, which have high amounts of grassland in them. And so we've taken Copernicus satellite data as well as Copernicus land monitoring service products and combined them together in order to make a service. And we've built a lot of this now on OpenEO, so in the future this is going to be a lot more extendable and expandable. So we have a prototype service that's been running until quite recently. And so we can see there we're offering a whole range of products built into one viewer, which is focused on individual sites. You can see along the bottom there that we have we have products from individual years going back into the 1990s, then using Landsat and recently using Sentinel-2. And then we also have a big range of indicators and summary statistics for the sites. So over time, we're going to be developing this service and making it more functional. So anyone who's interested, please come and join our mailing list. We'll be sending out information to you, and you can just scan that QR code and enter your email address. So any questions, please come and see me at the poster. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jeff. That was a whole range of slides hidden in one slide. Very smart. Next I have Anastasia Sarelli from Cloud.io. And it says it goes about FAPAR, NDVI, LST, CLC Global, but
Hi everyone, I'm Anastasia Sarelli from Claudio, and in today's poster session, okay, great. I will show you our work that we have done for the satellite-based crop yield estimation under the Nestler project. But first things first, what is the Nestler project? Is a collaborative effort between European and African countries towards the integration of advanced technologies such as smart sensors, Internet of Things, drones, and satellite products in order to effectively monitor plant, animal, and in the end, human well-being. Our work focuses on the crop yield estimation for coffee plantations in Uganda. To do so, we leverage satellite remote sensing for agricultural applications in order to, in this way, revolutionize and help farmers and farming associations in order to assess and monitor and, in the end, take actions for the yield optimization. To do so, we use 3 different global CLMS products. The first one is the FAPAR, the second the NTVI, and the third one the land surface temperature. And by using as a training and validation data set, the spatially disaggregated crop production statistics data in sub-Saharan Africa produced by the International Food Policy Research Institute, we create a layer, the estimation of crop yield at the end of the crop cycle. So at the bottom right of this slide, you can see a snapshot of this year's layer, where you can see the quality of the coffee plantations in a specific region in Uganda. So thank you very much. Looking forward to meeting you in the poster session and answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Anastasia. Next, I have Christophe Sagnier from GAF about tropical forest monitoring.
Thank you. So I'm just introducing the poster on tropical forest monitoring, which is a new service, which is part of the CLMS global land cover component with a consortium which is led by Vito, and GAF is coordinating the pan-tropical forest monitoring activities. So for tree cover density and tree cover presence change products will soon become available for the tropical region, which is shown here on the map, and this will actually serve a number of purposes and policy requirements, particularly the REDD+ countries in implementing their baseline forest monitoring product, but also the new EU deforestation deforestation-free supply chain for commodities for tropical countries, trying to help them in the due diligence process. And there is quite a number of potential downstream activities and services that can be developed from these products, including monitoring of degradation and deforestation, using it as a tool for sustainable forest management, looking at forest landscape restoration, as well as high carbon stock. So I'll just introduce the poster, and you can come and talk to me later on about what these products will, when they will become available. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Christophe. And if you want to know what he means with soon, you have to go and ask him in the poster session. Next, I have Catherine Champagne from Agriculture Canada on agriculture and environmental assessments.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Catherine Champagne. I'm from Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, which is the Federal Ministry of Agriculture in Canada. I am the manager of the Earth Observation unit, which is part of our science and technology branch. So we don't currently use Copernicus Land Services, but we develop many of our, and have for many years developed our own national products, but we have a strong interest in making sure that our land-covered, land-use biophysical products are well aligned with international products, especially as the use of land and the land use change becomes increasingly something that becomes a policy tool. So I can talk to you about a range of products that we have. We have an annual crop map that we've been producing since 2010 with a mix of different satellite data. It gets changed and updated quite frequently, and we've recently expanded into monitoring agricultural expansion in Canada's north. We have a land-covered land-use change product, which is goes back to 1990, which is primarily for targeting, our main client was really to target our IPCC reporting on land use, land cover change for carbon accounting. And increasingly, we have a number of products that are looking at climate change and climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation. So looking at classifying crop rotations in terms of how they can be classified in terms of their sustainability. We are interested in grassland mapping, both as a habitat and as a long-term carbon source. We are looking at quantifying things like woody biomass, riparian areas, soil moisture, crop condition, crop productivity. So I can talk to you about the science of how we develop these. I can talk about how we integrate them into policy. And I think that's it for me.
Thanks a lot, Catherine. Give her, yeah, thank you. Then we have Carlo Massetto from the Veneto region on droughts and forestry.
Thank you. So yes, we faced in our region, Veneto region, significant drought in 2022. So we decided to use Sentinel-2 data to perform a preliminary analysis of the status of vegetation stress in some UNESCO World Heritage sites that we have in the region. We choose 15 sites, the context of Palladian villas of the Veneto region, and then we performed a time series analysis and deriving spectral indices NDVI and DMI in order to assess the stress vegetation for these sites. And we saw that the two indices, the NDVI and NDMI are correlated, and they are consistent with climate data we had. And so the purpose is to develop a methodology in order to put in place the countermeasures against this critical state of the climate. And that's also then you can see the poster outside. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Perfect. Next, I have Ilse Reuzen from Vito. Is that said correctly?
Thank you. So good afternoon. I'm Ilse Reuzen from Vito Remote Sensing, and I'm presenting a poster on the potential of Sentinel-2 for water quality monitoring and reporting in the framework of the European Water Framework Directive. I'll show you the workflow, the Sentinel-2 workflow that we developed, including atmospheric correction, ICOR, which is also doing an adjacency correction. So we've heard yesterday about the importance of adjacency correction, which was also one of the recommendations coming out of Waterforce. Then I'll show in the poster also the assessment of chlorophyll algorithms that we did with in situ data from Belgium from the year 2015 to 2023. Then in the GeoInform project, we have been working on developing a dynamic land-water masking based on Sentinel-2, also Sentinel-1, using a deep learning approach. And then together with Nazca Maps, who is also present here today, we have been developing near real-time services with user-dedicated interfaces for Flanders. So the example that you see here in the slides for the Flanders Environment Agency, including also in situ measurements provided by the Flanders Environment Agency for chlorophyll A, and a similar near real-time service developed for the Vietnamese Academy of Sciences. And then we're starting a co-creation trajectory for East African lakes, Lake Tanganyika and Lake Kivu, together with the Lake Tanganyika Authority and the authority responsible for Lake Kivu and the Ruzizi River. So if you want to know more about the chlorophyll A for monitoring and reporting, I invite you to the poster. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ilse. Then I have Christophe Lerebourg from Agri-ST about validation data.
Thank you. That's not the good one. You did say Christophe Lerebourg, yeah? I'm supposed to talk about GBOV, which is that one, that's correct. Okay, so GBOV, that stands for Ground-Based Observation for Validation. This is a Copernicus service. We are not providing satellite data with GBOV, we are providing validation data, which is a burning topic, as you all know. So the idea behind GBOV is to go toward ARVD, which are analysis-ready validation data. There are three components in the service. So in the first one, component one, we are collecting data from existing ground networks. So for this one, we rely from continental scales network like ICOS in Europe, NEON, Surfrad, and the TERN network in Australia. Second part of the job is to install our own instrument to try to fill the geographic gap for data validation. And the last one, obviously, the data distribution. So what we're actually doing, we're collecting ground data, which we call reference measurement. They are actually raw data from the reference network, and we are interested in shortwave radiation, long-wave radiation, vegetation products, and soil moisture. So as you can see on the website capture, we've got mainly stations from US, Europe, and Australia. So collecting this ground data is the first part of the job. We've got some quality control and data homogenization to do. But the main added value of GBOV is that we apply upscaling procedure. So as you know, validating satellite data is a complex business of the land because of land heterogeneity. So we've implemented for the different variables, shortwave, LST, vegetation, and soil moisture. So we've developed upscaling functions which make the data directly comparable to satellite products. So if you've got any question and an interest into satellite data validation of land product, we can discuss during the poster session. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And then I have still one speaker on my list, which is Pedro Carvalho from Coba Group. Is it you? Slide. Ah, okay. Yeah, it will be next now. Can you click next? Is it this one?
This is mine.
Voila.
This is mine.
There you go.
Thank you. We are really not only COBA Group, we are a consortium composed by AFTAS, the GBA, and COBA. Our poster is introducing a new project, the cross-cutting validation framework for CLMS products. Our goal is to establish a framework that allows for independent validation of these products and determine the level of accuracy. One of the key components of the product, it's a validation system environment. It's a cloud-based software that uses optimized workflows. We will cover also several validation elements, but we will focus on priority elements in this ramp-up phase that we are until the end of this year. The thematic approach as a specific and more detailed methodology defining 4 points with the definition and selection of validation areas, then application of a sample design, and the validation using samples. The reporting of the future findings will be product design and will be related with the entire product coverage, biogeographical regions, and also validation areas. Another key aspect of the project is to pick reference data and produce validation data. As I said before, we are at this stage in ramp-up phase. We will be focusing, demonstrating and putting in place the prototype of the validation system environment and starting to validate specific products like the CLMS Plus backbone and some high resolution layers like forest type, crop type, grassland, and also tree cover density. If you, we will be in the poster section, so feel free to appear and ask any question. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And indeed, I bluntly just skipped one of the speakers, which was the issue. So Ines Ruiz from GAV on the also importance of EU states data for validation. Apologies for that.
I think he didn't want me to talk to you guys, but okay. I'm not here to present you any project. I'm a bit on behalf of part of EA, because there is one thing important that is not only the usability of CLMS for other users outside the CLMS community, but there are 2 very important aspects that we haven't mentioned up to now, but that we've been discussing outside with some of you, which is the in situ data. So the first thing is the national data used and mandatory for us to use for the production of the products of the CLMS, right? So for backbone, for LCFM, for non-VLCC, for everything you see, we need in situ data. So the collaboration with the national member states, with all the data that you could provide us, it's really valuable to us to be able to produce good products with the best accuracy and to train our models. So any support, and I know in Europe it's easier, but even outside Europe, which now with the LCFM we are sometimes struggling a bit, so any support that we can get from the national data set is really, 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 you have no idea how much welcome it is. On top of that, the CLMS does not only benefit from national data sets or Earth observation, we also use our own CLMS data. So we use, for example, the VLCC is sometimes an input for the backbone. The backbone is an input for other projects. The EU Hydro has been the basis for creating riparian that you saw yesterday. And for example, as well, not only for CLMS, but even for other Copernicus services like emergency, there is a huge need of land cover maps there as well to produce the rapid mapping. So the Korean data, the backbone, the urban atlas, the building footprints, all those things are very useful as well for the Copernicus security. So all those things, just for you to understand how important it is. And on the other hand, the CLMS, but you already know that, is as well used for you and for member states to produce their own data sets. So we feed each other with all the data sets. So again, it's a circle that we really appreciate and that we think is very important. What we use it for normally is for calibrate our systems, for train our models, for quality control, and to ensure that we have proper data sets for all the production that is provided to you afterwards by the service. So any information, any support, any ideas, you are very welcome at the poster later on to discuss on it. So thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Ines, and to all our sprint speakers. So you can not only go there to ask questions, but also to give input data sets, which will be very much appreciated. We now break for coffee. We are a bit ahead of schedule, so I would like to invite you to come back or to finish your coffee by quarter to 4, so that by 10 to 4 we can start with the keynote speech, which is one of the last sessions of the day, keynote speech, followed by the closing sessions. So please enjoy the coffee, go and talk to all the speakers about the posters, and see you again in like 40 minutes. Thank you. Okay. Can I invite you all to be seated, invite you back to the room, invite you to start again? So don't escape quickly, but come quickly inside. Thank you. Okay, I would like to announce our next speaker, our keynote speaker of today, Mr. Janez Potočnik. He's co-chair at the UNEP Environment International Resource Panel. Dr. Potočnik graduated as an economist, but in 2004, he joined the European Commission as commissioner responsible for science and research. And in 2021, for the second time, he became commissioner for environment this time. After this mandate, he was appointed as co-chair of this UNEP Environment International Resource Panel. And today we have him here to talk in front of us. Mr. Potočnik, please be welcome to our stage. Thank you.
Thanks. First of all, thank you for the invitation. Partnership between JRC and EEA, so by the way, they were both institutions I was responsible for. It's a great thing, and I can easily say that EEA and JRC are two most useful institutions which we have in the European Commission, so fine. From here on, we can go to the thing which I'm currently co-chairing. This is called, as you have heard, International Resource Panel. It is approximately 40 scientists from all parts of the world. Then steering committee, 35 countries, including the European Commission as most active. And then we have a secretariat, small one, which is actually hosted by UNEP and located in Paris. We are science policy interface in the area of natural resource management, and we have many strategic partners. So if I very quickly go through the strategy, so we follow the trends in natural resource use, then we connect them with climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, we connect them with health, well-being, prosperity, equity, and finally we connect them with economics, trade finance, and innovation. That's basically the program which we have, the current 4 years program, and the next 4 years will not change a lot. The story which I will share with you, it's basically very much based on our last report, Global Resource Outlook 24, but it's a kind of story of traveling through 3 my countries. I will start with a quote from one country and finish with the quote from the other 2, so Slovenia, former Yugoslavia, and Belgium. So starting in Slovenia, so probably some of you have heard about most famous philosopher, Slavoj Žižek. He once said, "It's clear that we are approaching the ecological and digital apocalypse, but we should not lose nerves." And he was continuing in his own way, everything under heaven, it's in utter chaos. Situation, it's excellent. So probably he's most known by his statement, it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of the capitalism. Unfortunately, he was pretty much right. So one thing which we need to understand is that we are actually, maybe half of you not, but half of you yes, the first generation which is ever living in the socio-ecological space of planetary scope. Even the Second World War was not the World War. It became really World War with the invention of nuclear weapon. Then it was global. Now we have climate change, we have pandemics, we have internet, name it, which actually our joint global endeavors, and we can manage them only by understanding that we are more interconnected and interdependent than ever, and that our responsibility on individual and global level has enormously, collective level has enormously increased. So the Club of Rome, I'm also the member of that, has nicely summarized that by saying that we have moved from empty world, which was dominated by nature, to the full world, which is dominated by humans. In the empty world, it was labor and infrastructure, which were the limiting factor of human well-being, while now it is pretty much natural resources and environmental things. So if anybody will talk economics of the future without addressing environmental issues, it's bullshit, because it's the core issue. So you have heard that according to science, we are currently surpassing 6 out of 9 planetary boundaries. Climate change is one of them, but it's not the only one. We will speak about climate change a bit more in detail later. But I apologize in advance for this slide because I'm supposed to be professor of economics. This is a bit simplified story, but it's pretty much simple as to be understood. So we as producers and consumers, of course, get the signals, and on the basis of the signals, which are mainly prices, costs, we behave and do our decisions. But what are actually the signals which we are getting? Production capital, financial capital, it's overvalued, over-rewarded. Human capital, labor, it's undervalued, under-rewarded. And natural capital, nature, is not valued at all. Of course, nature has intrinsic value, so don't enter into that debate because you will lose it. But immediately when you put nature on the market, you know what will happen if it has zero value, and that is exactly what is happening. So if somebody thinks that we will, through that, reach social, economic, and environmental balance, wake up. As long as the signals will be as they are, we will not land where we would need to land. So which are the three major blind spots which I would say on the basis of lengthy work in the politics one could identify? The first one is lack of holistic approach. So the one who are dealing with energy deal with energy and nothing else. And they look to that, optimize that, and they don't really care too much if somebody else has pretty much negative consequences about that. So also in the Commission, I've always heard we have to win against that. No, you don't have to win against nobody, because you are together winning or together losing. And that's not understood very well. The second is that we tend to go a lot to the consequences. We talk about climate change, biodiversity loss, and we don't really go back to the drivers and pressures. What are the reasons which are causing those consequences? Mainly going back to the natural resources, their extraction use, and going back to the signals which are sent by the markets to us, producers and consumers. And finally, lack of demand-side focus. So practically all policies, including the climate policies, are focusing on the supply side. But if you clean up the steel industry, but you don't ask, which is, by the way, very important, but you don't ask the question, how much of that steel is actually used in private cars which are empty and parked 95%, you have not really asked the right question. So you need to revert the logic and the story. And by the way, if you want to introduce that equity part without asking who is surpassing planetary boundaries and who is over-consuming, you will never do that. So it's pretty essential that we actually put that on also on the policy making. So the conclusion of this first part would be, if we want to avoid extinction of elephants in nature, we must first extinct some elephants in our rooms. And they are, of course, pretty much existing. Which leads me now to the global resource outlook. So when we talk about, so you have heard about IPCC, IPBES, WHO reports, which are, of course, all dealing with important issues. But the only difference between those issues and our reports is that they deal with impacts. And we predominantly don't deal with impacts. We show connection between impacts and the drivers. So when we talk about natural resources, so definition is first biomass, fossil fuels, metals, non-metallic minerals, which we call materials. Everything extracted from earth are materials. And then on the top of that, land and water constitute then resources. So that's basically, whenever I will say resources, it's broader, but mainly our report is about everything extracted from the earth. So what is the departing point? Actually, there are two departing points of our new report. Economy championed by industrialized nations is wasteful and it's unjust. So we must shift away from prevailing resource-wasteful economic approach based on maximizing the output of the sectors, simplistically defined by GDP, towards an economy that's effectively looking to the human needs, meeting human well-being, because the current logic is both ethically and ecologically, unfortunately, unsustainable. And the second departing point and major novelty is that we try to set the order right in that report. Economy is there to serve humans, not the opposite, because that's pretty much what is central still in our approach. So yeah, we do acknowledge the usefulness of GDP, of course, but we should be guided by well-being, which is much more than that. But let us go now to the trends. This is actually not from our report, but it's just there to try to show you something which is pretty interesting. So this is biomass of animals, and here I'm pointing to humans. Yeah? And then you have other things. But when this biomass of animals, if you connect it, it's here to the bacteria, fungi, blah, 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 and the rest, plants, you see that we are a relatively small part of that biomass of life, let's call it. But the critical thing is this one. On the left-hand side, it's all biomass of life. On the right-hand side, it's anthropogenic mass created by us, humans. Concrete, steel, aggregates, metals, asphalt, name it. And the estimates are that this will be triple size by 2040. So it is human impact, that's my point. And when we look to the trends of material use, everything extracted from the earth, we see that in the last 50 years, this has more than tripled, 2.3 per year growth. So all are growing, but if you look into the structure, what is growing most, you can easily find that this is, basically I can put it like that this is non-metallic minerals, which is easily explainable. This is connected to the growth of infrastructure, cities, and so on, which is happening in the most populated part of the world today. So if we go one step further, and this is a really interesting part of the story, it's material footprint. It's actually all materials extracted plus net export-import. So it's actually consumption story. Then we can see on the left-hand side net change of material footprint, and on the right-hand side you see the drivers. And let us look to the story of different regions. Europe, North America, net material footprint in the last 20 years has not increased at all. So we can see that technological development has basically neutralized the economic growth and population growth. But unfortunately, all that is happening in much too high level. When you look to Africa and West Asia, majority is linked to population growth. And when you look to Asia Pacific and South Europe, you find that majority is linked to the economic growth. So in total, when you then look to the world, you see that in these 20 years, material footprint has increased for 62%. 2/3 can be explained by economic growth, 1/3 by population growth, and there is a minor negative impact which is caused by technological development. But you can see that from that global figures, you don't actually get the real story. The real story is when you go deeper in the level of development of the countries. When you look per capita, you can see, of course, that Europe and North America in particular are too high. It's very interesting fact that North America has 30 tons and Europe has 17 tons, but we are not living so much differently. So it could be done differently, that's my point. So when we look then to the provisioning systems, actually we understand that all human needs are important, but some like culture, sport, or so on, are not so resource intensive. And when we look to those who are causing consequences, we found that it's built environment, mobility, food, energy, which are causing more than 90% of all resource use. So 4 of them. And when you then connect them to the country income groups, you find a very nice, solidly explained the story of human development. Low-income countries, majority of materials are used for food provision. Yeah, because that's the first need which we have. Low middle-income countries, food provision, but important, housing. Upper middle-income countries, food provision is only 20% already. The rest, majority, it's built environment and mobility. And when you look to high-income countries, we have 20% for all four approximately. That's when you get a kind of saturated, economically saturated society. When we look to the impacts, we see that high-income countries basically have use 6 times more materials per capita and are responsible for 10 times more of climate impacts than actually low-income countries. We can see also that middle-income countries are really, really growing fast. And the tragical thing is that the low-income countries are not moving anywhere. So they are staying where they are pretty much. And interesting fact, it's also this one. In high-income countries, we actually went in last 20 years or so from 27 tons per capita to 24 tons per capita, which means that actually decoupling is happening. And one of the things which I have heard, it was part of the scientific debate also. There were some claiming that from the historical data we cannot prove that decoupling is actually in reality possible. My answer to them was pretty straightforward. We have never tried it, which is true. We have never really tried it. We are trying it now when we see that this is a problem. So, which lets me then to the impact. So, according to us, extraction and processing of natural resources drives all aspects of triple planetary crisis. 60% of global climate change impacts, including land use change, 40% of air pollution health impacts, and 90% of water stress and global and water eutrophication-related biodiversity loss, which is quite interesting. If you look at it, it's connected to biomass. But if we went a step further and looked then through the provisioning systems, the same story. And you can see that climate change is pretty much equally distributed between different kinds of human needs, that health impacts are pretty much the reason in household fuel use, heating, energy, and private mobility, and that basically water stress and biodiversity land-related impacts are pretty much connected to food provision. So that's basically, well, if you look at it in the trend the last 20 years, then you see that basically in climate it's still increasing pretty much, stabilizing the last years, and quite constantly increasing in biodiversity, but to a lesser extent, and this is the reason, as I already mentioned. But food is pretty much stable, the rest it's basically increasing. So our conclusion is, if you want really to have sustainable future, it's a must to decouple well-being from economic growth. So well-being should grow faster than economic growth. Both should be decoupled from resource use, and altogether should be decoupled from environmental impact. So in our case, what is very much in focus is also the equity questions. So according to recent mathematical models studies, they found that the natural inclination of wealth in our economies is to flow upward, which means you cannot address the questions of equity if you do not change either economic model or if you don't do a serious policy of redistribution. And the Club of Rome also in last recent report came to the conclusion that we will see negative social tipping points before environmental tipping points, which means that if we do not systematically address the questions which are social part of the story, we will have really hard times to address the environmental issues. Because simply what is not acceptable, it's not acceptable. If you look to the impacts, these are the countries which are profiting most from the climate story, and these are the countries which are hit most. And if you look to something which was then published in our report, so this is the impacts of income groups. On the top, you see the climate story, so pretty much going down, and now it's pretty much stable. Biodiversity is the same. Upper middle income countries are really climbing fast when it comes to climate, and pretty stable when it comes to biodiversity loss. Lower middle income countries pretty much stable and going down in biodiversity, and the unfortunate story of low income countries, which I have already explained. So we have done two scenarios, basically, which are just transition and historical trends. So what we have modeled, in essence, was not a classical modeling. It was a system change approach to those questions. So we have done 3 core modules which are linked to resources. So resource efficiency about built environment, shelter, and mobility. Climate and energy about energy system, and food and land about food system. But you cannot reach sustainable future without adding a just transition module. It's simply not possible to model that. So you simply need to introduce the redistribution into the story. So sustainability transition scenario comparing to historical trends, you would have even the better economic results, reduced inequality, improved well-being, reduced growth in resource use by 30%, reduced environmental impacts, GHG emissions 80, according to aligned with IPCC, energy demand also pretty much down, and agricultural land area. So conclusion is, if you look to the material footprint, of course, in low-income countries, it's increasing lower also. It's pretty much stable in upper middle, and it goes down in high-income countries, which actually should be the direction if we are serious. So conclusion there is that a pathway towards sustainable resource use, it's possible, but we must change urgently the direction and fix the broken compass. Why? Because solutions pathway is simply getting narrower and steeper. And the solutions which are on our menu are more and more urgent and more and more difficult. The final chapter, it's about recommendations. So the core question which we are trying to address is this one: how to meet human needs by using less energy and by using less resources. So you should simply try to understand what is behind the logic of that story. Actually, we don't need cars, we need mobility. We don't need light bulbs, we need light. We don't need chairs, we need to sit. We don't need refrigerators, we need chilled, healthy food. We don't need CDs, we want to listen to the music. We don't need pesticides, we want healthy plants, and I could continue. Because this is actually the philosophy of human needs. The rest is sectorial GDP approach. Dematerialization, rethinking ownership, accompanying efficiency with sufficiency policies. It's an absolute must. And when you talk about sufficiency policies, you know, you basically have 2 types of sufficiency policy. One is when you look from the consumption side. So anything what we would not buy, which we don't use, it's a kind of sufficiency approach. But you can also ask yourself from the production side, can we meet the same level of human needs by using less energy and less resources? And that's absolutely possible. And by the way, for Europe, it would be very much advisable, because it's the only way how we can become seriously competitive. Because we are import dependent on energy and on resources. And we don't get it. It's known for decades, but you know, it's a super nice lighting of being until it happens. And when it happens, everybody panics. And it happened, by the way. So when we talk about consumer behavior, yeah, we talk about consumer because consumer has an impact. But if you talk about consumer system, it's very little about consumer. It's about governments sending signals to consumers. It's about producers basically manipulating us on a daily basis, wherever if you open TV, if I would believe everything what I see on a daily basis, I would be each year younger. So main recommendations which we are putting there, it's institutionalizing resource governance and defining resource use path, which basically, if I translate it to you, we need to set some targets also when it comes to materials, full stop. Second, directing finance towards sustainable resource use, making trade an engine of sustainable resource use, mainstreaming sustainable consumption options, and creating circular, resource-efficient, low-impact solutions and business models. Of course, I could talk about each of those half an hour if you would wish so, and it is in the report included, but simply we don't have time. Which is actually the report. Now I'm going to climate change. Just to give you an example to better understand how it's important to add the resource angle to the angle which we are currently using. So some climate change related facts. Global CO2 emissions were basically the highest on a global level in the year 2023. It is true that in Europe, they went down, if I remember well, 15.2%. We have practically reached the 1.5 degrees, according to some institution which some of you might know. And this is the target which we set. Do you hear anybody panicking? It's like we are happy that we reached the target, but that target is the upper limit. So, and the most tragical is this one. Fossil fuel subsidies in the last recorded year, according to International Monetary Fund, 7.1% of global GDP. Come on, guys. Are we serious or not? Not. It's the answer, unfortunately. So all that is the highest in the history for the last recorded year. So that's where we are. But I will also give you, this is super nice example, because my country, which is, by the way, called on the sunny side of the Alps, Slovenia, it's was last year hit by extreme weather events every second day, and at the end we ended with flooding, which, by the way, we have currently also the same level, almost, and like Germany is having those days. But to just this week, our government adopted a decision that the amount to cover the costs, which are the consequence of 1 year climate change hit in summer, are 2.33 billion euros. So the revenues of our Slovenian budget are 13.795, which means that actually one summer cost us 16.9 of budget. So I would never want to be a member of any government in the future, because they will all be in troubles, I can tell you. All trade unions are currently in Slovenia on the streets. You can pay them. There is no money for health, there is no money for education, there is no money for innovation, because you have to pay goddamn costs back. And solidarity is very much among us, but ex post, ex ante, no. No. But it's paid by the same people and by the same companies at the end, because somebody has to pay it. If you look to the Potsdam Institute, this was released 17 April, so recently, the permanent average loss of income worldwide will be in the next 25 years 19%. Europe will be hit less, 11%, but Africa and South Asia, 22%. And according to them, this is twice as high as any previous analysis, 6 times higher than all the funding needed for energy transition. All the funding for energy transition. Or if you look to that was released a few days ago, it's a Cambridge paper series. 1% decrease increase in global temperature leads to 12% decrease in world GDP. A business as usual warming scenario leads to a present value welfare loss 31%. And unilateral decarbonization policy is cost effective for large countries, which is a good news also for European Union, because as European Union, we are a big country. Education, according to a Norwegian institute, they have reviewed 18,400 universities, 196, so practically in all countries. 68% of the world energy education degrees are still focusing on fossil fuels, 32 on renewable energy. So unfortunately, we are terribly locked in still in carbon society. We don't really say that so loudly, but that's the fact. And one thing which I think it's really important is to understand, and that's one of the major also European biases nowadays. Practically all but Greens, probably political parties today, believe that if we manage energy transition with the help then of technology development, we will be good. That's pretty much the approach today. But climate breakdown, it's actually a symptom of ecological overshoot. So material footprint, it's dangerously under-discussed, and overshoot highlights the material usage, the waste output, the growth of human society. All that affects the Earth biosphere. And this was nicely summarized by Hart Hogan, environmental journalist, saying species causing the extinction of 100 species per day does not need more energy to do the same. So I tried always to be a bit provocative in this context. If you provide humans with abundant energy, all cheap energy, all renewable energy, but do not address the behavioral issues, the consumption and production patterns, it's like giving us license to kill. That's what we will do, because we are used to do that. And I think it's really, really important that we understand that climate change can only be effectively addressed by combining supply-side solutions, so energy transition, carbon management, which is currently the name of the game, with the behavioral decoupling circular economy, demand-side solutions, land, water, materials, and with nature-based solutions. So on COP28, they have for the first time said that nature-based solutions will be on the agenda of COP30 in Brazil. And I was the first time really as IRP asked to participate on few panels. But my dear friends, that was COP28, not COP1. And yeah, they are coming to the conclusion that with their armory, they cannot solve the whole challenge. So just 2 slides before I conclude about the European Union and the dilemmas. So you hear now that constantly, yes or no, European Green Deal. I think that's simply wrong question to ask. We need competitive, forward-looking Europe, keeping the bold vision designed by the European Green Deal. Yes, equity and poverty alleviation needs to be more in the center. Yes, systemic shifts in how we use resources needs to be more in the center. And yes, emerging conflicts and security threats needs to be taken into account, because that's what we have learned in the last 5 years. But please don't change the compass, because otherwise we will simply really go wrong. And when I was, you have basically in Europe today, I think, 2 options, and majority is leaning to the first option. And that is go defensive, which basically mean focusing on security policy, speeding up enlargement process, which of course I would immediately support, to strengthen a kind of safety belt around the European Union. But what I have heard in all those years in the European policy space, it's a constant complaint, which sounds like that. We are number 2 economic power in the world, behind China. We are the major global donor, but in geostrategical relations, they don't take us seriously. That's what we hear constantly. And I can basically tell you that the only possibility if we want to become strategic power is aligning tax policy, aligning foreign policy, and aligning defense policy. And immediately I hear people saying, this will not be acceptable. If that would be the approach of the founding fathers of European Union, we would never have European Union. But tax policy today, it's serving competition between member states, and all complaining how they are not competitive versus the rest of the world. Instead, we would use tax policy for moving us in a direction which we want. Taxing less the things we want more, taxing more the things we want less. Using public procurement for a purpose, using state subsidies for public good, getting rid of tax havens, which are escape rooms for rich people and rich companies, and still we have them in Europe. So that's pretty much essential. So that's to conclude. So it's pretty obvious that it's not easy being green. So there is very strong alignment about the things which I was talking to you about, the messages coming from various kind of scientific bodies. The world has indeed changed, and we need to understand that. From the limits of growth, by the way, 50 years ago, it was 3.8 billion people on the planet. Now we are over 8, more than double. Which means that we moved from the limits to the growth of limits. And if we are sincere to make future sustainable, some basic shifts would be needed. First, from humans in function of economic success and development to an economy in function of delivering human needs, setting the order right. Second, from an economy considering humans as external and superior to nature, to an economy acknowledging that we are embedded with nature, that destroying nature is actually destroying ourselves. I was teaching in economic faculty, and I can tell you that Today, we are still teaching like humans are superior to nature. Today, we are still teaching that. From extraction-based production to a creation-based production. So we should stop stimulating extraction-based economic success, which we do, and reward responsible, innovative, creative ways of meeting human needs. And we should move from an egoistic, short-term-based interest governance structures and logic to cooperation and sharing sovereignty. If sharing sovereignty, it's a must. And the biggest stupidity in the last years was, of course, Brexit, because it was going exactly in the wrong direction. So instead, we would better work together. Their brave and intelligent leaders were knocking their chest. We will bring back the sovereignty. Yeah, come on, sure. We must improve collective resilience. We need a convincing intergenerational pact. And I think that all governments should basically nominate Minister for Future Generation or something, somebody who would take care not only for urgent, which the governments normally do, but also for important to not become urgent. Some are saying that the business people do not understand that story. By the way, this is from World Economic Forum 2024. And business leaders are asked a simple question: what are your major global risks? In a 10 years perspective, extreme weather events, critical change to Earth systems, biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse, natural resource shortages, so they know it. The only problem is that if they would behave like that, they would be sacked next year because their success is measured and their shareholders hold them accountable for the successful figures immediately next year and next quarter. Transformation, it's not about environmental sustainability only. So if we look to the history, access to natural resources and use of them was the core reason for the level of well-being of any nation. That's why all this colonialism of resources in the past. So access to water, access to land, access to gold, access to, I don't know, oil, or I could continue. That were the critical things. Unfortunately, that was and still is many times the reason for conflicts, for instability in those regions, for wars. And actually, that's the central question also to fairness and to the equity. Our relationship with nature is unfortunately not in a stable state, nor balanced, and it could be resolved only in two ways. So with collective wisdom and effort, or it will be resolved in hard and painful way, from conflicts, pandemics, migration, climate. So it will be resolved because it will be resolved. That's how the things happen. So for the future will be green or there will be no future. We are indebting future generations, really, financially and by depleting the nature, which is simply wrong. Apparently, we humans are the most intelligent species on the planet, so it would be high time to prove it. And more than economic or a technological choice, this is actually a moral choice. Which leads me to last two slides, which are actually the promised one. So the quotes from my former country, Yugoslavia, we were all reading Alan Ford, which is actually a comics originated in Italy. And there is a quote which is nicely explaining where we are currently standing. It's not the problem to drive without the brakes. The problem is to stop. So that's pretty much where we are. And the second quote is connected to the most famous Belgium. That's, of course, Detective Hercule Poirot, when he was once asked why he's speaking about himself always in the third person, he replied something like that: if one is such a genius like me, it's very important to establish a healthy distance to himself. So that's pretty much our challenge today, that we establish a bit of healthy distance to our own benefits, and a bit think also, don't think about the kids only when you are at home, but also it's good to think about them also when we are in office. So establishing this healthy distance towards other living beings and towards future generations would be a good thing to do. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very, very much, Mr. Potočnik, for this extremely insightful and I could say eye-opening speech. I'm going to move a bit from the podium because they will do some renovations. Not only for the Copernicus Land Service, this was very interesting, but I think we all go home with food for thought for personal reflection. Now it is time to wrap up this CLMS General Assembly. And next thing is I will welcome on the stage our 3 final speakers for the closing words. And those are Mauro Facchini, who is my head of unit in the unit of Earth Observation in DG DEFIS, European Commission. Ivan Kulis, who is head of unit as well of the Nature Conservation and Observation Unit of DG JRC, also European Commission. And then Karel Hamilton, who is head of data and information services, also managing the team who is in charge of the CLMS at EEA, at the European Environment Agency. So, yeah, I will give you all 3 the floor, and here you go.
Yes, so good afternoon, everyone. First of all, apologize if I wear a tie. I hope I'm not the only one. If I knew, I would not. And it's very difficult to speak after such an inspiring speech. I will still call you Commissioner, if you don't mind, Commissioner Potočnik. Actually, it's the second time I hear that. I was in the room in the Berlaymont when you gave the same presentation, and even the second time is still as inspiring as the first one. So thank you very much for those words, and I think that these are very important for everyone. I think it's maybe I start with an anecdote, and then I will come to the event here. Actually, it's the second time that I'm in this hotel, and the first time was 11 years ago, 2013. How many Belgians are in the room? Are there some? So it was the anecdote. It was a quite special thing because I never seen so much press in an event on Copernicus as that time. But then I will explain you the reason. Is the fact that actually among the speakers in the introduction, we had at that moment Prince Philippe of Belgium, who was there to give the opening. So we knew that he was coming there, and the reason why I think he likes space and so on. It was a conference about Proba-V and all these things. Well, even before Sentinel-3. And actually what happened is that the night before, the king abdicated. So he said, actually my son will become king. And so it was the first official event where it was known that he was king. So actually he was plenty of press, and he made also quite a lot of publicity to a space event that we were doing at that moment. But what it was nice, I think that at that moment he received a picture about Belgium. It was a space picture, and the first reaction is to say, how green is my country? Because looking at that one, I think is what it was he said. But just to say that even without getting into too many details, maps and so on, even just the picture sometimes is speaking and is telling us how much beauty is in our planet. Stepping back from this anecdote, I would like really to thank you to be here. I think it's a pleasure to have this meeting with this, the land community. And I could just listen to some of the presentation this afternoon. I think that we see a great deal of invention capacity and things that are done, and also the EU policy relevance of the different products that can be generated. We have more and more activities that are going in that respect. And I was actually with Tim yesterday morning. I don't know if it was mentioned during the meeting, but we had a meeting quite strange. We were invited by Vice President Šefčovič just to have a presentation about Copernicus for the Green Deal. It's not something that's happening every day, but we were there explaining to him with all the different DGs around the table, and I think it's getting really clear how also the data that we can generate from space and from programs like Copernicus can be really speaking and useful for the implementation of new policies. And this is because we have demonstrated that we are not showcasing things, but we are delivering. You are delivering. I mean, I don't deliver anything. I think my role is to create probably with my team and with everyone to create the right environment, to raise the money, to launch a satellite and so on. But in the end, those that are doing the real job, it's you. And for this, I think I have really to thank you, because I think this is what is making possible that the program like Copernicus is living and continuing to live. Thanking you, but also thanking EEA and the JRC, that are actually the two entities that are mostly involved in the implementation for that. I mean, they are your first interaction with the program, and I think they're doing a great job in order to create these kind of events, but also to motivate the continuation of what we are doing. And this thanks to this motivation that we're already thinking to the next financial framework. Today we're speaking about successes of the past and of the present, but we want to have something sustainable. And you know, and by the way, an invitation to everyone, there is an important day, an important weekend. Please go and vote for whoever you want. I think express your democratic role, because I think in the end, it's important that we have someone that is deciding. And actually, is that on that basis that we want to create also the future. And as I said, we are already thinking about the next financial framework, discussing how we can make a continuity of the program. So we together created something, but it's not something that is ending tomorrow. It's something that has to continue in the long term, for your researchers, for industry that is interested in developing new capacities, for our generation. I have some children. I still hope that working in this domain can bring an impact on what they will be doing in the future. We are, as you might know, we have also some missions, new satellites that we are developing, planned to launch, so really new ones, like hyperspectral missions as well, but I will not enter in these technical details. I might go to a more practical one. I think most of you know Sentinel-2. It's quite likely, I mean, for the time being, is what we know, that in September, beginning of September, Sentinel-2C will be launched. I think most of you are user of Sentinel-2 data, and so the next launch will happen at that moment. So my only wish that I want to give you today, let's still continue to work together. I'm actually learning from enthusiasm, and I think it's enriching me and giving probably new motivation every time also to continue. So thanks to you for everything you're doing, and good work to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mauro, and thank you all. Couple of thoughts as well, maybe also deviating from the script. This issue of thinking about children, right? My daughter is 19. I have a daughter who is 19 and a son who is 16. And, you know, my daughter is doing fine. She's studying. She does all the things that a proud father expects her to do. But every now and then, she raises the issue of how we have behaved with the environment, how we have depleted their future, right? And you know, driving without brakes is easy. I remember, by the way, thank you, Mr. Potocznik, for Alan Ford, because this was really a cultural icon. It was going out every 2 weeks, and you know, I was a kid, and we were waiting in front of the the magazine that was selling it to get that. So we are being asked to stop. We are being asked to put the brakes. And we need mechanisms that allow us to do so, and the Earth observation can play a part in this, you know. And we see this on the policy side, as Mauro was saying. My vice president spent 2 hours in the room, even more than he allocated, to understand the potential of Earth observation. We see this also on the ground in Europe and globally. In terms of what also I learned, kind of the 3 points that stuck with me during these days. The first one is really the uptake, and you know, for Copernicus is a user-driven program. That's the beauty of the Copernicus. It's not technology-driven. I think it goes a little bit in the direction of, let's not think American way, you know, where they think we're going to come up with a technological solution that's going to solve the problem. It's about usability, It's about fundamentally design-driven innovation, right? So Copernicus is very much a user-driven program, and we see more and more uptake in this specific case of land service across the world, across Europe. So this was a very good showcase of where we are with giving you a platform on which you can build really local and sustainable solutions. And obviously this is then about enhanced continuity. We have these hyperspectral mission, thermal missions that are all coming soon, the expansion missions. We will have to continue working in order to be sure to integrate in the best way these upcoming things. The second thing I get from this is integration, right? So there is integration between satellite data and in situ data. But I think the next frontier is really integration with additional data sets and additional kind of data, right? I mean, again, just to build on the presentation which we just heard, it's a combination of behavioral part, of social part, and if you want, of more economical kind of hard thinking. So what we are trying to do, at least in the GRC, is very much looking in the ways we can integrate the Earth observation data, the in situ data, but also social and economic data. Okay? Because if we want to have this competitive, green Europe, we need to combine things and integrate them in a smart way. It's difficult, it's not obvious, a lot of challenges there, and again, we will work hand in hand with you to go forward on this. And the last thing, and that's very always close to my heart, my first job was managing communities of practice, 1998, Dominican Republic, fully online. So for me, the concept of communities is quite important. And what I have seen here is a community that's growing, but not growing only in terms of numbers. And I think we will now have a slide with numbers. It's really also growing in terms of different community, let's say, profiles that are coming together. We have private sector, we have academia, we have the policy side. And indeed, it's this working hand in hand to evolve Copernicus and to evolve implementation and development of Earth observation overall for sustainability, which brings us together. And this is really great, and I'm sure this was the first General Assembly, but I'm sure we will have many more for the benefit of us, for the benefit of planet, and for the benefit of our children. Thank you.
So yeah, good afternoon, colleagues. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to make a few closing remarks today in this second day of the Copernicus Land Monitoring General Assembly in this lovely city. And I hope you got to see a bit of Antwerp, although we've had quite a full agenda, of course. It feels a bit like we're a boy band on stools with microphones here, but you'll be glad to hear I'm not going to burst into song. I'm a new face here. I know this is the first General Assembly, but it's not the first CLMS event. And I recently joined the European Environment Agency as head of Data and Information Services. And of course, we're responsible for the EEA responsibilities under the Copernicus Contribution Agreement for CLMS and obviously in situ as well. But the most important aspect of the work is, of course, carried out by the teams that some of whom you've heard from today, and of course with JRC and DEFIS. And other colleagues, and through you, the Copernicus community as well, which is a vital part of this ecosystem. I follow in the footsteps of my predecessor at EEA. Many of you will know Chris Steenmans, who was involved in this work for many, many years. And for my part, I feel very privileged to be taking up the mantle from Chris, and I'm very committed to continuing the work on this really, truly unique European and global project as well. And just like to echo the words of our director, Lena, yesterday morning, that the Environment Agency is committed to the future of the Copernicus program, but also leveraging it to its full potential in terms of making best use of Earth observation and in situ data in support of the Green Deal agenda as well. I do have a confession. My own academic background is not in Earth observation. My background is in technology management and computer science, so a bit different. But these 2 days have been the perfect opportunity to really be immersed in Copernicus and CLMS, and I hope you found it a really enriching experience as well. I think the diversity of the events and marketplace, the panel discussions, the keynote speakers, the thematic hubs, it's been a really, for me, I feel like a very lovely blend of activities that's really given a good flavor of the whole service and what it can achieve. But just to echo also what Maro and Ivan have said, it's also the overarching theme is the importance of this community. And all the achievements that have been discussed, the research that's been carried out, the policies that are being designed and implemented, none of it would be possible without collaboration and shared purpose. And that's the true beauty of this project. It's not just technology, it's what we can actually do with it. And I liked, Janice, your presentation, you used the words a holistic system approach, and it's a holistic people approach here as well, all of us coming together here. I have the opportunity to summarize a few of the key points from the assembly. So on the next slide, you'll see some of the statistics, because the community is not just the people in this room, or maybe I need to click here. I hope I don't knock this off. There is a slide with some of the statistics of the colleagues that have attended here in person. Yeah, 160 people on site and an online peak of 70. But of course, this event will be online afterwards, and in the on-demand era, we expect a lot more people will access these sessions and learn more about the work that we've been doing here. On the next slide is just a few of the key themes that we've discussed over the last couple of days. How do we incorporate research projects into our workflows? We heard about the strategic research and innovation agenda, which is going to drive the next MFF and the priorities, and also the remainder of this one. And we heard about the crucial role of researchers in programs like funded by Horizon Europe. And remembering that's only a sample of the great work and the potential of what can be achieved with Copernicus and bringing it into all of our work. We also talked about how we ensure easy access to data and making sure that the data is findable, accessible, interoperable, and reliable. And also how we make it understandable through the thematic hubs. I really like that term that was used earlier, and making sure that it's not just people who have deep scientific expertise that can access this, but actually people who want to enter it through, for example, health or Arctic or different topics. And I think one of the slides yesterday, I took a note, the best data is useless if we don't address the needs of users, and I think that's crucially important. And then, of course, for the colleagues who joined this morning and heard about the CLDS, we're also working to harmonize access to the products so that you see one CLMS service, the JRC and the European products the EEA works on, all available in one place. And this is a crucial part of this unified holistic service that's fully user-oriented. And then, of course, we have a strong collaboration with the other entities, and it's great that some of the colleagues from the other Copernicus services joined us and presented their work, because, of course, CLMS and In Situ are only one part of the ecosystem. There are obviously other parts of it, and we look forward to continuing to work with them in our joint work. And finally, the countries. This is a crucial part of the user uptake. And tomorrow there's the National Collaboration Program that recently kicked off. They'll have their first General Assembly. And this is a really critical part in making sure that the products that are being generated are fully fit for purpose, fully leveraged, and that we collaborate really closely at a country level. Because what matters ultimately, as was very well encompassed in the last session, is the positive impact we can make on the planet in facing the systemic crises that we have and that we face. And I think this community is making a real difference in the world towards achieving environmental, climate, and sustainability goals. Just to leave you with 3 key messages, or maybe there's some other photographs actually on the next one. Yes, nice. That was very, almost in real time. I think this picture was just taken this morning. But there are 3 key messages from these last 2 days that I'd like to leave you with. One is a strong sense of community. The second is that when it comes to the CLMS, we are on the right track, but there's a long road to travel. And also, I really felt that, coming together as a community, especially being able to attend face-to-face for those who are able to attend in person, is something that's really valuable. And finally, it's been a huge effort, of course, for all the colleagues involved in pulling this together, and I think we can safely say it was a success, and it was a joy to attend for me on a personal level, and hopefully all of you as well. And thank you, and I'll pass back to Tim for the closing remarks.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot for your closing words. I have a few sentences here and then it's over for this year. Thank you all again for your attention, your participation throughout these 2 days. I also want to thank all speakers that were here, and I want to thank the team again who organized all this, because I didn't do that much. It was really the team behind the scenes in EEA, in JRC, and the contractors. Big applause for them. And then for our participants here on site, you are still all invited for our networking dinner the rest of the evening, which will be held in the Aurora and Diamond rooms, just a few steps away, as you know. You can also have a chance to look at the posters, which will be there now, I was told, and talk to the respective experts, of course. I was told that for easy access, try to avoid clogging the corridor so that everybody can get it in and out. And in the Diamond room, drinks will be served, and later on finger food will be available as well, until 20 hours, and then all rooms will be closed. And then experts showcasing their posters. If you want to take them home, no problem, just let it know to the staff. They will be happy to assist you. And finally, when you leave the building, please deposit your badges in the bowls in the white table of the coffee area. That's all I had to say. So with this having said, have a very wonderful evening, and hopefully see you next year again. Bye. Thanks.